Yo, this man. Attack bottom carry.
The music is kind of getting annoying for the mic.
What? I'm sorry, what, Joe?
The music that you're playing from the mic really loud is kind of like annoying.
Okay, man.
Hey, Karen, why you didn't accept the thing?
Okay. Sorry about that.
Hey, Cody, hey, Karen, would you go Misfortune?
Huh?
Would you go Misfortune?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and Cody here can teach you some things about Misfortune. Cody, do you think you can teach him?
I'll do my best. I'm so quiet every now and then. What?
But I think, so you have to get sword, you have to have enough money to get the sword, and then you just put, like, I think, Infinity Egg, right?
Okay.
The Misfortune, the passive is that for first auto attack on any enemy going so basically you want to rotate, but you want to health slows before you give them it basically is how you want. If their minions health low, you're actually going to on their minions. So you want to make sure that you're consistently rotating. It needs to make sure that you're trying to lower them all at the same time. Pick the lowest.
Yo, Kieran, accept it.
Yeah, I did.
Alright, tap in the row. Yeah, just say ADC.
ABC?
Yeah, ADC. Oh, ADC.
Oh, ADC. My bad. Alright.
ADC is attack damage carry.
Alright. Oh, let me lock on those, sir.
Tango top.
Tingle cha, tingle cha, tingle 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 cha, tingle cha.
A lot of this work is fun. Like she's really slow to farm.
Yeah.
But it's for beginning animation. It's like super bad.
Yeah.
The Q is the bullet that she fires that rebounds after whatever you fire it at.
Yep.
There's a triangle past whatever you hit. You
Yeah.
want to aim that so it hits you. Because when it bounces, the second hit always hits. So you'll get double the damage off of it.
Yeah.
Double saves auto attack. You want to use that while you're farming. You want to use that to clear your minion.
Yep.
The make it rain for me. I like to use it if I'm fixing to kill someone. I need to look at the ground so I can reach them.
Yeah.
Just because it really has a lot of range, and it makes it really easy. Like if someone
Shy Maroon.
and then just back at them.
Yeah.
Oh, we're playing against the Yafu. Hey.
I'm just so excited. What?
You only
like that.
ever of it, the newest version, it will
Yeah.
guarantee kill like a super low health if you throw your ultimate kill somebody, or during a team fight when everybody is sitting in the same spot.
Yeah.
You want to be farther back from a team fight, you can shoot people and not get counts.
Yep.
But you can also hit people, just because if you're too far back, you're not going to be able to hit anyone. But if you're too close, you get counts, you're dead.
Yep.
So if you that ultimate and you see everybody grouping together, throw your ultimate out, you're just going to kill them.
Yeah.
Also, they have a Yasuo, you're going to hate him.
Yeah, that's annoying.
And wall stuff.
Yeah, he's annoying. He's
If
annoying.
he throws up that wall, wait till he drops, and then
Alright,
that wall, your ultimate.
Yep, I got you.
So, Jana, one
Yes.
thing we have to worry about is Jana and that. Yeah, whatever her name is.
Jana and who?
I think it's Yasuo. I want to die.
Want to explain to them our opponents, like who we're gonna face?
You're probably going against Zaya and Jana. Jana, her Q with the coordinator, it will always travel the same.
Yeah, so it's
Always travel, it will always travel however far it's supposed to go in like 1.5 seconds. But the longer the charge, the farther.
Yep, gotcha.
She has a shield that blocks damage. She has like a bird she'll throw at you, and the bird takes your out. Then her ult, create like a zone that'll knock you away.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you new?
Who, me? Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm new.
Are you gonna go ADC? That's the rule that you gonna play in the game?
Yeah, yeah.
He's got the hardest lane.
That's bottom right? Is that bottom right?
Yes, that's hard to say because two people in one lane, so it's hard to find.
Okay.
My runes, oh my lord, yes, it's the stamina.
Yo, like, where are you from?
Oh, I have
Jamaica.
Jamaica?
Oh, I have the
Oh. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that accent's
Big guy
very hard.
He has, like, he has ghosts. No big guy runs ghosts.
Ghost.
I hope.
Wow. That new level up, let's go.
But basically, it's Misfortune just trying to farm, but not a problem. You know,
Yep.
that you can hit somebody and
Yeah.
but for the most part, just
Okay.
Yeah, Misfortune, you're going the wrong lane.
Oh, wrong one.
Stop.
Yeah, that one.
Yes, they're going to shit on me. Oh my lord. Electrocute cheap shot. I wanted to conquer.
no, I
Wait, no, big guys in my lane.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Come here. I'm creeping out. Nobody's left. LOL, this is trash.
Minions have spawned.
Sorry guys, I'm like, this this is not good.
Yep, I gotcha.
Look lagging.
Misfortune, help him leech. Like, go to him and just auto
and then help him kill his monster.
kill the buff.
But don't kill it for him.
Alright,
I will
so
lane already.
do you want me to meet up with Oligarch, you said?
Go now.
No? No?
This can't AFK.
Careful. hear that.
Got stunned by Vegas. 1-9. Vegas 1-9. Oh my lord. Man's making me so much streaks. Oh my lord, I'm thinking about every single story.
Oh, watch out. Watch out, watch out.
Yes, Vega, come on, kill me. I can't do it. Yo, Jack, you want this refill? No, dude.
Uh-oh. Good shit.
Come on. Yes. Alright, big guy. Good game.
No, I'm lagging.
Speaker is so bad.
Dude.
Oh my lord.
I'm lagging, I'm lagging.
Just ping it, just ping it,
Shit.
MS. 2 mid. It's just like, slow down branch 5.
Okay, I'm 30. I pulled them into the turn and killed them. But,
Time to go some split pushing, Gary. No, one shot down this game, okay.
you gotta get the,
Get the what?
you gotta get the minions.
Get the minions, okay.
Just be careful, don't yeah, like those.
Okay.
Always try to last it minutes. Don't try to don't try last it.
Hey, Jack.
Ah.
It's a very bad flank.
Okay, I'll tell you what to hit that.
You got him.
Hit that one. There's one missing.
Watch out, Whirlpool.
Actually, it was swim, but okay.
Oh, they have no jungle.
Go back.
I got gold.
Has been slain.
Good shit, Jeff.
How much money do you have, bro?
I got like 1400.
Yo, Kieran, you gotta buy items, bro.
Alright, I'm gonna buy some.
Yo, Jax, you have the whole jungle to yourself. Oh my god, I'm getting this game for sure.
Sorry, but I'm going like full ability power. I just want to. Kieran, my best is build BF forward and then build it into Infinity Edge. I think that's what it's working on.
Okay.
Let's come back to free kills. You're coming for that free kills. Man is dead. You just killed you, man, also. I'm so sorry.
Hey, just get back and hit the man. No, go back a little bit, go back a little bit. Yeah. Hit this one. 7. Yeah, there we go. Step with it. The one coming. Over here. 7.
No, my 3 kills.
There we go.
Good shit. Good job, Jeff.
I know, right? Yeah, so you want some too? Oh no, I'm dead. Die. Get towards us.
Can it.
Yes. Yes.
Good. Nice.
You need help with the top.
I want him to tow a die.
Come in. You got a war down? Come in. Get this one right here. That one. Hit again.
Got him. Check it down.
Middle one.
Alright, Jared, here. Stunning.
Hit that one.
Alright.
You don't want to put warts here. You got to put warts and bushes, and that will tell us when the jungle is coming.
Okay.
Good job.
An enemy has been slain.
Can I pick it up or?
Take a wart. Go back. This one.
Is this Iron trying to jungle? That's taking your gun?
Go back. This one. Coming in right here. This one. Go back.
Tilted as hell. Let's get
Go back a little bit.
trash.
The other one. The one that has low health. Hit that one. Other one. Middle.
I know what I'm doing.
Wait again.
Good shot.
You have slain an enemy.
Need more mana.
This one, the low health. When
Done.
you hit minions, you have to hit the one that's the low health. So this one,
I'm
the one on
returning.
the right. Yep.
Yep.
I'm boosted. I'm chilling out in my S. Yo, Jax, help the Zara.
Again. This one on the left.
I'm actually boosted.
An enemy has been slain.
Hang on, I'm gonna put a ward there. So Kid, come here for a minute. So, where you want to put the ward is in this bush. Right there, you have to put the ward. No. There's already one in the bush there.
Yeah. I can put it right here.
Yeah.
Yo, Jax, go to that blue. You can easily kill Ivor. He's doing the blue right
Yeah,
now.
just let him push, don't fall back. Just let him push. Okay, it's coming a little bit. Just free a little bit. Careful. Someone didn't have the board. Pull back.
Yeah, I'm coming. No, we can take them now. We can easily take them. Yeah, I'm coming. We can take them easily. I managed to pick up his green wall and I'm already down. Where are they? Alright, forward. I'll flat them.
Watch out for his feather.
Shit.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
coming back. Man, some easy cleaner.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to base.
You bought for it.
Yeah, man. Ah, let's hit the damage. I want to catch ADC.
I'll go ahead to it.
Like my damage, guys. That's really rude. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm going back into it. Oh,
I'm gonna kill her. Just leave her to be alive. Saw me. Easy. This game is done, you guys. I carry.
You've got dangerous eyes. I like that.
My boy is gone. 7-1-on-1, guys. Oh my lord.
can you be careful of the turret? Careful.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Good job, Jax. Guys,
Yeah, minions coming.
Let's don't get knocked up by Yasuo.
An ally
Double
has
kill.
been slain.
Yeah, only get one. That's you, Jax.
Towards the fall, okay.
An enemy
Jax, that's a triple kill, Jax. That's a triple kill, Jax.
Big guy's coming. Hide in this bush. Right here. Hide in this. I don't know. Yeah.
Jax is
Don't.
really out.
Head up. Come back. Get back.
Good shit.
That's trash. You know what Conqueror is?
An ally has
Go
been
back.
slain.
Turn. Get me.
I'm actually not bad at this game.
Oh. Up here.
I'm not dying to you, Brooks.
An enemy has been slain.
This fortune, come on.
Hook it in. Hook it in.
Oh, I want my hook so
Hook
bad.
in.
Oh shit, I got rooted.
I like my passive. Hook somebody. Where did they go?
Yeah, just go back to base, Jeff.
Hang on.
I'm gonna die.
Okay.
Shit.
Thank you, buddy.
Dominating.
Alright, 9-1-1.
I'm not going back yet. My health is not full.
Oh wow, we're killing. We're doing very good.
I'm just building AP. Dude,
It's so funny with the Ian Stunning.
you guys see that damage I did? Holy crap.
You guys should see my guy.
Yeah, your damage is good.
AP flip.
Jax, take his blue. Just stay in the bush and kill him. Literally. Just stay in the bush. Yeah. I'm not missing cannon today. Oh my god, I missed cannon.
Wait. Yeah, come, let's go help mid.
Alright.
Careful.
An
I'll
enemy
push.
has been slain.
We're coming.
There,
Yeah, stop. Easy,
Has
stop.
been slain.
Yo guys, bot lane can need some defending.
Go back. Yeah. Go back bottom. There were three of them after us. Everyone's push. We're gonna put a ward on someone for you.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Wait. I got one more. Easy, go ahead. Hey, Kenny, right coming?
Yep.
The board, yeah. And then the palms. Push. Yeah, that's good. Good.
And that's why I'm a Garen main.
Go back. The jungle is just weak now. Right.
Alright, I'll take one more tour.
Wait, check.
Should have brought TV this game. Oh my lord.
Yeah.
Yo, what is that damage? What is that damage from Yasuo?
Can I come forward a little bit?
Right. Alright, I need to shut on Yasuo this one. Gold. Yeah, I'm coming to kill Yasuo. I have 2 damage on him. Yo, back. Yo, there's that gold.
Uh-oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm coming for the quadra kills, guys. Only guys, you have to come back. Yo, Zara, rotate back.
You get flat.
Rotate back.
Oh, shit.
Back away.
Wow, that was close. That was so close.
Good call, guys.
That was so close.
Go back, Cameron. Go back to base, not first base.
Not worth it.
Yeah, I'm going back.
Alright. Let's get that. So that.
Alright, tour there. I'll tank.
Yeah, I can sell that.
An enemy has been slain.
Well, I am doing a shitload of damage.
I am doing very, very good. I'm doing very, very
An
good.
enemy has been slain.
An enemy has been slain.
I've been slain.
Yo, Jeff.
Yeah?
I think
Gang's damage is broken.
like the only way I've found me and you know, were able to talk through my microphone is because of Discord. But I think it's probably because you know, like I have like a certain feature on my computer that allows me.
Can I get this let's get this turned down.
Yeah, let's get this down.
Yeah, just do this. There you go. Oh, shit. Go back.
Good shot. Good shot.
Dude, did you see that damage? Holy shit.
Yep,
You mean Yasuo damage?
you did pretty good.
Hit that.
Oh!
Hit him.
Yeah.
Go back.
I'm running back.
Oh, nice damage. Holy nice damage.
Alright, good kills.
But chilling, getting shredded.
You gotta triple kill.
Miss Gordon, that's some very bad ADC, bro. I mean, CS. Those are the most CS on the whole team.
Alright,
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Kenan, go back, return, yeah.
I want that this.
Hey, Kenan, I got a trick. Do you see me stand right in front of me and do nothing? Just like in front of me, and then just move. Oh, in front of me. Other front. Other front.
Huh? Oh, other front.
When you're visible, then just hit those minions. When you're visible, hit those minions. No,
How is that possible? I'm not. Oh my word. I'm actually done.
alright, Yasuo might be.
I'm going to take Guardian Angel.
Okay.
You're the doing Baron. They can't be Baron. They can't be Baron. Get those free kills. Yo, bot lane, rotate. Rotate to Baron. They're doing Baron right now. We need to defend him.
You want us to go where?
Never mind. They dropped it. We dropped that.
Alright, get the turret.
Everybody's coming back now. See how that's for you.
Are they coming bot right now?
Yeah. So they just do come back. Oh, Dana is top.
Go back, Kenan, go back.
She like that can get that shot though. Yo, this Jana is mine now, yo.
Oh yeah, get up with let's meet up with Jax. Dragon, open the dragon. Open the dragon. Dragon.
Hey guys, I'm sorry, but Jana is kind of dead today.
Alright,
Oh man. Took like way before.
I'm gonna go back. How much money do you have?
I got like 1,700. Oh, yeah, level 10.
Bullshit.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
Careful. Bigger does a lot of damage.
Just don't get stunned.
They're holding.
Right. Good job.
Alright, my CS is up. My kills are fine. My KD is fine. So dumb, I have no control words.
Not a problem.
Yes, go bottom, get the CS
Your
pretty
team
quick.
has destroyed a turret.
Kenan, go on bottom by yourself, get the CS, and then after that go mid. I'm gonna go for the So you get the CS?
Yep.
Come mid.
Enemy
Yes, sir.
rampage.
Damage is tilting me off the
Kenan,
face
come
of
mid.
the earth.
Kenan.
Oh, do you want me to meet up with you?
Yeah, come in mid.
Don't worry, boy.
The guys
Sure you can handle me, summoner.
So when's the
What?
fastest
Get up. Go back.
Hold on. Oh, wow. Wow, his character whooped me.
Enemy has been slain.
His character whooped me.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this secret hub. Okay, see me?
Right, oh wait, where are you? Down there. Alright, good job.
Yo guys, Baron.
Yo, I got him. Sarah. Sarah.
Smite it. You're gonna die, you're gonna die. Oh my, good job. I'm surprised.
Yeah, good job. Oh. Oh shit.
I'm kill chair so hard. That much time to play. Dude, Misfortune, no, you're gonna get one-shotted.
Oh shit.
You have been slain.
We need to aim him. Yeah, got shoot on it.
Hey Jeff.
Yeah.
Which way are you going?
Let me see.
Let's
Mid.
leave.
Everyone mid. Push mid.
Yeah.
Everyone mid. Okay.
Oh my lord.
Yes, we're coming.
Good job. Oh, you did know, man.
Ally has been slain.
Yeah, I'm so waiting to be respawned. Enemy killing spree.
I need that shot. Alright, everybody come.
Mid.
Aim me up. Yo, Misfortune, go top lane.
Oligarch.
The top lane, the
Yeah.
So you can up your CS. Come get into kill.
Oh,
We had fancies there.
get it.
Don't know where it's just.
Go get the top. Get the minions top lane.
Guys, aim your soul. Aim your soul. That's a win team fight. Just aim your soul. You don't know what everybody do. Can you hook in your soul?
Very good shit.
Good idea. One of us. The number. See my face. Just go in a little bit. Here we go. Go in a little bit.
Oh shit. Damn, I got fucked up.
That's stupid.
I got fucked up. I got fucked up.
Alright, watch this. Freaking Kerman Stone.
Very good shit, guys. Oh.
Who can end?
Inhibitor.
So your team has destroyed a turret.
Inhibitor.
Yo, back. You guys just Misfortune, don't go. Let's you call. Everybody let's you call. I'm gonna say we can't. We take guys now. After so it's pure damage is outside of this world. Do dragon.
Alright, let's see here. Everyone's dead. So.
I got dragon. I
Let's do dragon.
Right, Phoenix Dragon.
Oh, no, somewhere else.
Dragon.
Yeah, you get the dragon.
Dragon.
Be very good for the command. Good job.
Right, just mid. Careful.
Yeah.
Don't go into my space. They have 3 people. Just wait for Aaron and
You want to try to stay behind Jack and Gary and Split Screen. You want to let them tank for you while you deal damage.
Okay.
If you're stepping in
Yeah.
front of them, you're going out this
Yep.
because that means that someone is out to do it.
Let's put them all behind.
back. Yeah, you always want to let me be your friend.
Oh, and then I could like support right behind you.
You're going to deal the damage.
Yeah.
It's easier.
Well,
Base.
I am not tech support. I build AC. I hate this little fucking creature.
Oh. Good shit. Good shit. Good shit. Good shit, guys.
Right after how fucking happy. We're gonna come.
That freaking shield is gay.
Go back a little bit. Stupid.
Oh, he got me. Wow. Damn, I got fucked.
Alright, GG.
GG.
Good
Yeah.
game, guys.
Woo.
Please.
Yo, good job, guys.
Yes, for that game. At least. Yes.
Wow, good game, dude. Like, you're really good at this game. Wow. Good game.
No, grind is just easy. And that happy now is trash.
Give me my well-deserved B+.
Yeah, I think I did pretty good. I think I did pretty good.
I want
I
think I did pretty.
Guys, after we start my computer.
Yeah, I got this. Oh,
Yeah.
lucky. If I don't get an S, I don't get an A plus, I don't cry.
Yo, this had to have been like one of like my best wins ever. My best win ever.
You did a pretty dang good job.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm more of like a Battlefield person, but once Jeff told me to get League, I'm actually starting to like this game because a lot of people were telling me that I'm gonna get super like addicted to it, and League is trash. And, yeah. And then Jeff was telling me, oh, if you're not good at this game, you know, like enough, then people could try banning you and shit. So I'm like, oh wow, League is like very competitive.
If you say one bad thing about somebody like you're bad at the game, they're gonna report and get your account banned.
Yeah. That's some bullshit, dude. Like they're trying to, you know, censor
If you
everyone.
want to tell somebody that they're bad,
There's a difference between like trash talking people and then there's people who are just straight up like don't play yourself to die like shit like that. It's like
that's one of my friends.
you're bad, like so
Yeah.
but, like,
Yeah.
Some of my friends.
Yeah.
I said my friend
Yeah.
that ban, he said, go kill yourself. All you guys are trash. Ban. You have to make a new account and play the game.
Wow, that's really stupid.
But he should ever support wherever he else is, any or whatever that you play.
Yeah. Wait for Lee.
Please. S.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to,
Oh,
connect my mic to the speaker. Try to get like my music going.
I got A again. How fun is this game? A plus. Name my CS, I don't know my KDA, oh my god. It's not gonna be a foolish on my KDA.
There you
Oh.
go, Jamie. I just had to restart my computer.
Yeah, hold on, let me There we go.
No, you retarded. Sorry.
No, I said, what time does that want me to come from Bible studies?
I was asking something. So I was gonna not go play the game with my friends for.
Yo,
I gotta
what's
cut you
up?
Hey.
What's up?
I don't even want to. I don't even want to talk to you, Jin Young.
What is going on? I cannot get this going. It's probably.
Don't invite any of your friends. I got another friend coming, so. Brian's joining us on K-Money.
Or Kieran, Jeff?
No, Brian.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Yo, did you guys see that damage I did with Blitz? Holy crap.
AP bitch. Have you seen AP Fresh? Like one
Whoa.
auto. It is
Bro,
live.
did you see the damage I did though?
Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. Okay.
I only built like 80. I only built AP Blitz only once in my tournament.
Who do I want to play? Should I play Gun or Gun? Let's do that this.
So.
I'm playing my ball there for Gun. It's nice.
Man, who's talking Chinese?
And so you made me dead, bro.
What's this guy talking?
That is so
How can I move
stupid.
this guy?
你好吗？
你好
Look
吗？
on the street.
我很好，谢谢。
Who's this guy? Who's Omega Bay?
你叫什么名字？
My ASCII spicy.
We're waiting for a friend.
My ASCII spicy.
Now go get that phone.
Okay.
So I'm gonna get Sims to play in June.
I want to get that.
Well, no, August.
Then we can get the luck in August then.
You guys want me to build AP again next week?
I'll never get over you till I find I'm getting you.
我喜欢全部，
Pancakes.
我喜欢全部，
They want pancakes.
Let's see.
我喜欢全部。
So weird.
Konnichiwa.
こんにちは。ありがとう。ありがとう。
That's really weird.
我喜欢全部。
Oh my god, what's taking him so long? Come on, please, Jeremy. He's obsessed with anime.
我喜欢猫。Anime like. 我喜欢猫。
Are you learning Chinese?
What did I just say?
I don't even know, but...
Ni hao dojua.
我喜欢猫。
Can't tell what that is. Is that Chinese? I don't know if that's even Chinese or not.
Oh wait.
我喜欢猫。
Yo, Jeff.
It means I like pussy.
Yo, Jeff.
What?
Do you still talk to that one guy that I talked to from China?
Yeah, why?
Can you tell him that I said hello?
Yeah.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, this dude fucking just keeps playing these anime games. It just takes forever.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up, Brian?
He's not even on
Yeah.
We've been waiting for a long time.
Too long.
Yeah, exactly, because it's fucking piece of
Hello?
shit. It's anime, and that's why.
I was not watching anime, okay? I had to use the restroom. And I'm all done now.
I'm all done now.
Right now I've been watching the new season of Steins Gate.
Yeah, exactly, this anime guy.
You know what? There's a new episode and I haven't seen it yet, and I put it on hold to play League with you, so you should be happy.
Right, you should see, hey Brian, you should see the damage I was doing with Blitz last game.
Damage is good. Damage is good.
I was building ability power, so fuck it.
You gotta build AD, that's the cool damage build.
I had Kieran be my bait, and then he just lures on to the turn for me.
That's good.
Will you be my bait? Will you be my bait so I can build some AP?
You want me to be bait? Okay, I can be the bait.
Kieran, do you think you could do top or something like that?
The Oligarch Expert one at top again? I'm okay with anything, guys.
Kieran, I don't know what Kieran can play. Kieran, do you think you can play mid?
I got okay.
No, I can. Can I do bottom? Can I do bottom right? Can I do bottom right? Yeah, I'll do bottom right. I'll do bottom right.
Me and Brian were gonna go bottom.
Can I do that?
Okay, me and Brian, do you think Kieran can go bottom? Brian.
There's a goddamn mosquito on my desk. I killed him. Mercilessly.
So can me and K-Money go bottom?
You can do whatever the hell you want, bro.
Brian.
Didn't just gonna fail.
Brian.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Brian.
Yeah, man.
Brian.
Right.
Yeah.
Oligarch Expert.
Oligarchy.
Why would you do this to me?
Don't tell me you watch that freaking shit anime too.
You know what?
That was the anime I linked to you. You said you cried over it. So you can't be hating on Final Fantasy.
Dude, what is going on? I can't get it to play. It's so stupid. That is like really retarded because last time I tried this actually worked. I'm having some trouble, guys.
No, who's not pressing the accept?
Who?
who wanted to go top again? Oliver? That's fine with me, I mean.
Yeah, this guy's gonna go mid-lane because he's coming here with his midget shit.
Wait, where am I going? I honestly don't know where I'm going. But wherever I'm going, it's okay.
Oh my god, accept the button.
So weird.
That's what Staples.
Olberg, Olberg, okay. OGB. Yo, Brian. Yo, Brian. Yo, Brian. Can you guys not hear me? Wait, what the fuck? Yo, Brian. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I can't even hear you guys. Wow.
I don't know.
Oh.
Hello?
Oh, okay. Perfect. I'm back.
Okay.
Yeah, that was weird. Yeah, I don't know.
So is that guy that kept not accepting, not playing with us?
Yeah. Hey, yo, Brian.
Yo, Freeman, what up?
How do you split like your audio from like your chat audio versus like, you know, like your speaker audio? Like if you want to play music on your speakers but then talk through chat only?
Well, like what I do is I have a headset and then I push talk.
I actually want to keep the audio going, you know, continuously.
You mean the audio that's like coming in, or what?
Yeah. Keep the audio inside the headset and then have music playing out through the speakers. Oh wait, what? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah, Brian, can you hear me?
I can hear you, can you hear me?
Yeah, so, like, what were you saying?
Is this like a League of Legends question, or just a general like, computer audio question?
Yeah, this is a general computer audio question.
Press the,
I'm not
ADC.
actually exactly sure because I don't use speakers. What I would suggest doing is trying to find like an audio program that can do it. I think I have something I know a program that might be able to help.
Yeah, cause I'm trying.
I can look at that after this match.
Yeah, cause I'm trying to find it, and I actually have this software called Realtek Audio Manager, and I'm trying to split out the audios.
You're gonna see a new skin of me, yay!
Yo, man, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking.
Mid is open.
Calm down, Huck.
Mid is
Well,
open.
I know mid is open. I'm thinking what I want to do.
Those are midgets.
No, I'm a big dude.
Oh, control.
Maybe he could pick some midgets, so.
That works. I don't know what I'm supposed to build.
I know what I'm building. Fuck it. Maybe I'm not supposed to build damage in, like, when I play with strangers.
You can build whichever you like.
Man, oh man. I gotta get this fixed. Like, what is going on?
Oh yeah, how do you like my skin, bitches?
I can't even.
I like it, except it reminds me of the Apple iPod. Oh wait, why did I pick heal? I still had heal on. Shit, whatever. I'm smart. It's actually new meta.
Yeah, Ayo, Jeff.
I just have so much health, you'll never expect it.
Jeff?
What?
I was gonna tell you that I was going to, after this match, I'm gonna I'm gonna cook me some dinner. Yeah, Brian. Crazy Brian.
He's gonna make some African food.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I'm not even African, shut up. I don't have African roots. I'm black Americano.
I don't have any roots, because I'm not a plant.
Yeah. Yes, you white German. Yes.
German?
Yeah.
I don't have any roots, but I have a knockup, I have a silence, I got a good amount of CC, so I'm okay.
You are no, Brian. You are a good but you are a good straight white male. Good straight white male. Brian, I fucking love you.
We got a little white dude, we got two big feathers, one big Asian and one big black guy.
That's a jungle build. I don't want a jungle build.
I'm black. I'm from Africa.
You from Africa?
I'm from the Congo.
You from the Congo. Congo.
Donkey Congo?
Yeah.
Donkey Kong Congo. Donkey Kong.
You know what they say about people from Congo? They got a big Congo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yo, Jeff.
Alright, let's see what we got. I'm gonna level my W.
Yo, Jeff.
EQ, max W, max D. Okay, we got this.
Now, let's get down to business.
Let's do this.
YouTube crazy.
Yeah, let me out.
He makes a good point. YouTube is fucking crazy.
Yeah, how do you like my skin, Brian?
I like it.
Look at me.
I like it.
I like it. Welcome to Summoner.
Make you turn on.
Yo, your robot looks like that female robot from WALL-E.
Eva.
Wall-E.
Yeah, from what, the WALL-E movie. That's hilarious. Chef, like where? Yeah.
Hey, Cloakard, you want me to come maybe help you? Be careful.
Just got rooted.
Hey, what are we doing? Are we going or what?
No, this Warwick.
Personally,
You just gotta be going.
I'm just
be
I'm
going.
just like doing my kind of dance thingy for this.
I'm coming, Warwick. Warwick, I'm coming.
Warwick, why are you invading by yourself? Silence, bitches! We can't win that. Then my heal came in handy. That's why I run heal.
There's 4 of them.
I just want to go get some CS.
Oh, did I steal from you?
Nah, I got it.
Okay, so, oh my god, that was good. So if I did, I'm so sorry if I did.
Okay, like even if you got it, like I was gonna be able to kill the other.
Remember what I taught you last hitting, Kieran? I learned this from Brian, okay?
Yeah,
Brian
that
taught me.
thing gets you the gold, gotta get the money.
Yes,
Here
yes.
comes the money, baby.
I can't wait till I make some money.
Careful. Go back if you can. Alright, let's see how. Alright. Get the one with the low health, the minion with the low health. See if you can hit it.
I missed the cannon minion, I'm trash.
Got him.
Go back. Let's do some turret moves, okay? Let's do some turret magic. Let me see if I can get my defense.
Oh, wow.
Go back.
Fuck.
Alright.
Yeah, channeling.
No. To see. How much else do you have?
I got like 365. Alright.
It might be in that bush. Careful.
Yeah, they're like right here.
Remember, Kevin. Let's see here.
Damn, he rooted you.
Yeah, that wasn't his turn. That could have been a good turn.
Does he have African roots?
The African roots. Africano. Ando, Anacando.
At the point of playing with PvP, you don't want to go in, you just want to do it on your own.
I'm gonna go in. I falls to the wall all day, bro. That's how you play.
You wanna go in? That's what she said. How fast can you drive that?
I probably shouldn't have went back, but I wanted to go back, and if you have little can't see it for me. Oh, thank you, Warwick, for having my name.
You're
You're the best.
Here we go.
Around.
Back.
Yeah, Mowgli was going bottom.
Oh, I think I got poisoned.
Well, how much money do you have, Kieran?
1,000.
No, watch out for Warwick.
1,000.
Here's the key.
I should have hooked them
Oh,
up
wait.
and put some things.
Oh, they have a Warwick too. I was confused. I'm like, yeah, our Warwick's going bad. I think we'll be okay.
Oh, how did that not hit him? Some bull crap.
You sure you can handle me, summoner? You sure you can handle me, summoner?
I wish I had the ultimate rapid fire.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
We gotta ward this bitch up. Get that deep vision going.
Hit him. Yeah.
Good shit.
That's how you do it, Brian.
That's how we do it.
You damage I do. I'm going back. Like my damage so far, Brian?
Level 5.
Oh yeah.
I'm boosting up in the levels. Paramonkey.
What is that noise? Is someone trying to breathe underwater?
Oh, minion died.
Brian, stop it. I know you're obsessed with your
Stop
enemy,
push
but
to talk. What are you talking about?
You damn hentai. That hentai.
Brian, stop making that noise, man.
It's not me. I got push to talk.
Yeah, that damn hentai
I
is
see you,
annoying.
Warwick. Not our Warwick. Enemy Warwick. I get back.
Yeah, this thing's a little
That's why I got the deep vision, yeah.
Were you gonna cook?
Sure you
were you
can
gonna cook
handle
some
me?
Mexican food? The way I walk looks like I need to take a big shit.
I just got poisoned. Hell no.
Everyone gets poisoned. Yo, careful, Kenny. Don't worry, Daddy Robot got you.
I don't know where they went.
Daddy will protect you.
Mid is probably going back, but he might be roaming, so just keep an eye out. Who the hell is Discord King all day? Alright, let him come. What's he gonna do?
Hey, what's up, Warlord?
It's fine, what's he gonna do? Can't do shit by himself.
You got a heal?
Okay, yeah, I'm going back.
Okay, I'm level 6, ready to show gangster.
What?
Alright, 4, 3,
We got there's only a cloud, who cares? Yeah, it's only a cloud. Happy with cloud Drake.
Get 0-0-0, Brian. You fucking suck. I'm just joking.
Damn, that was harsh.
Don't worry,
The Warwick, weak to me. Flash on
has feelings, bro.
Don't worry, we're just close friends and I like to bash him.
Oh, my fortune has feelings, bro.
No, you mean Clogar? I was making fun of Clogar. Clogar, whatever his name is. I don't even know.
Oh no, head crab, what's going on?
Wow.
What happened?
I thought it was a little cranky, I thought I could
Oh,
survive
he
that.
literally
Man.
playing this anime game and forgot about Lee.
Yeah.
I got it.
God damn it.
Like, I didn't want to lose that whole wave, so I thought I was a little greedy.
I got it, man.
I'm a greedy boy.
Right? Go back.
Yeah, what did you do?
Go back. Oh shit. I'm going back. Bye. No. What this? Oh no!
I'm going back.
Oh wait. I didn't even know I got the recipes mixed
I took him out. For you, Jeff.
Dude.
I took him out for you, right?
Yeah, good job. Take me out, I say, don't you know?
Man, League is wild. Oh man.
Chris Flash. You got scared.
Alright, I'm running back. Damn, that Wolverine is like really badass.
Wolverine.
Yeah, or the yeah, like the wolf.
I mean, like you
Yeah.
can't call him Wolverine. I mean, like he doesn't.
wolf.
He does those.
Yeah. Or like the werewolf. My bad. Werewolf.
Oh, you Flash.
Flash?
Making everyone Flash.
It looks like Eve from Wall-E.
I went to get Chris, I made Flash, and then I went to get Yarby. Everybody's just scared of me, I don't know why. Who is that Flash? I got my ulti.
Oh shit. Damn.
Let's see if I can just like...
Get him, Jeff. Get him. Get that bitch. Yeah. Take his ass out. Oh.
Nice, thank you, Google. I love you. Do you want to have sex with my robot chick tonight?
I'm good. But,
Hey, come in.
Get him!
Get him.
Come on, Warwick! Fuck him up!
Get him.
Okay, I got it. how it like fucks me up.
Yeah, that's how it fucks you up.
Okay, let me put a warrior in the fucking guy. I'm good back. I got 2 G's.
Coming to help you, Google Brian.
I'm good.
But I can't survive on that.
I was just chasing off the Warwick. He thinks he can do something. And let me tell you, he can't.
Brian, I almost said Brian. Kieran, much of their jungle is coming to the bottom.
Yeah.
Hey, Brian, you mind helping Kieran get items? I don't think you know what items to buy, Kieran.
Probably just build
SMG. Fall back. Careful.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to save up to like 5,000.
Oh shit, careful. You can have this ability.
Right away at his guys. Oh shit.
Go back.
Whoa. I did not see that coming, wow.
Yeah, that's why I take heal. It's calculated.
I got warrior.
Oh, that's what. Oh, he thought I was not paying attention.
Oh.
Get ready to go bottom.
Oh man. Shit. Okay, I'm gonna get these items. These items right here. You got me this item. Set for sale.
No.
For sale. Set for sale. Inside a set for sale. I'm setting for sale. I'm chilling like I'm setting for sale. I wish I had, dude. I seriously wish that I had music playing for this live stream. I'm actually pretty upset. I'm upset.
Oh, here comes Warwick.
Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha. You can't take me down.
Hey, you can't armor masquerade. Don't ever. Hey, Kieran.
Yes. Yes.
I got a little. Kieran, just listen to me. If you ever play Bliss, do not ever follow him into a turret. That's bad.
Okay.
Yeah. Brian knows what I'm talking about.
Really, you don't want to follow a lot of people in your turret.
I'm going to be right back here.
Yeah, I'm channeling. Channelizer.
I want more damage.
What is up with this character? She acts so, like, very demeaning.
Yeah, she's just a sexy fucking ass.
Yeah, I know, right?
I mean, like, who doesn't want to fuck Misfortune? Like, that's my question.
Probably some queer. probably some queer.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, you did.
Hey, Brian, you got Twitch coming up.
You guys
fine. Let him come up.
No, he's like
fighting
you. Be careful, I'm coming.
Watch out for Warwick.
Let's see him.
Bitch, that was my fucking ward.
Okay, he's fucked.
An enemy has been slain.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh man, but I'm just gonna
An
save
enemy
him.
has been slain.
Yeah, keep my autos, bitch.
I got him.
Got him.
I was gonna help him. Oh, wait, come down to me, cover me while I'm afraid I'm gonna get you.
Okay.
Thank you, I love
I mean,
you.
like, you got Warwick.
You want to try to get dragon?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Cannon, come up and help us get dragon. Right here. Oh, nice job. Like this little bitch. Look at this guy mid lane, leaving us to do dragons and go back. And like,
Sorry, my mom came in and was talking to me, so I couldn't go read that stuff for a second.
I can't. Yeah, I can't.
Oh shit! I'm fucked. I need help. Oh. Damn, they like, they ganged up on me. They ganged up on me.
Oh, what the fuck? It looks like you grabbed him.
They ganged up.
Hey,
Oh yeah, the dude.
let's just mess up this web.
Here, I'm gonna hide. Come here, come here. Oh,
Yo, they have a ward there.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Yeah, got
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Ready? Hey, ready? Hey guys, ready? What's this?
I'm just gonna clear this way because I have a lot of money.
You are so ugly. What the hell?
Alright, don't you love
Oh, they
my
surrendered. They're like, fuck it, what was it, fed?
building my stack. Oh,
Oh wow, we won? Wow, we won.
Just imagine they're like, why is there a AP blitz?
Yeah. Hey Jeff, I'm gonna start making food.
Right.
Alright. So, can I just like leave out the party, or?
Yeah.
And then I'll what? Just text you to send me another invite, right?
Yeah, I don't. Will you be done by midnight?
Be done? Like, what do you mean?
Like, how long is this cooking food gonna be?
That'll be like less than like 20-30 minutes.
Right.
Alright.
They'll try to touch on topics that
Alright. I'm gonna
potentially
back out.
Yeah, I got an S minus. And I got a chest.
with that person's gang, and then like
and I got a chest because you got a
sometimes
chest.
you would talk about that, but you would always try to stay positive and always working with someone back.
Yeah.
Or if they'll start talking
Alright,
about
I'll be right back.
stuff that's negative, you'd always try to, bring the music back up. Like you would say, hey, so what do you want to, release this new mixtape? What do you?
Alright, I'm gonna do a little bit of standby.
Say, hey, look.
I'll be right back. Oh wow, shit. Okay. Hello. Okay, yeah, now it works. Okay. Alright, I'll be right back.
And I will be just capable of pursuing a career in general. And he thinks that by taking time off, we will be able to do so as a team.
But why does he want you to have a career rather than be a mom?
So I should also say that I really truly want both. And so I should have also noted that I believe I can do all three, and he supports me in that notion. And I had listened to one of your shows, I think it was about a month or so ago, with a young lady who was in medical school. And you explained
the not
to
so
her
young
that,
lady?
Right, okay, not so young lady, exactly. Yes. So you had said to her that you can't do all three well. And that really struck me. So I was curious if it's ever possible to do all three, and, at what cost.
Well, why do you want to have a career outside? I mean, listen, and nobody's saying don't have a career. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that you can't do all three together. And why would you want to? We'll get to that in a sec. But why do you want to have a career while you have babies at home?
So I really would like to pursue clinical psychology. I'm very, very passionate about the work that I do in the field. And I've been, embarking on this path for the past 6 or 7 years of trying to get into. In order to pursue psychology, you really need to earn a PhD. It's very difficult to practice at a master's level. So I kind of knew in the beginning that I'd have to, get the PhD if I want to have the career that I really, saw as the perfect career for myself. And when I originally started, I had imagined that I would get straight into a program, right after undergrad, and I would finish the program around 27, 28. And just things haven't panned out that way. So I didn't get into school. I didn't get into a graduate school right out of undergrad. And now I'm 2 years outside of school. So I'm 24 and I'll be applying to start potentially when I'm 25. So I'm now very aware of the fact that I'll be in the program for about 5 years. So I'll be finishing around 30.
Well, and after that, what happens then, right? After that, if you want to practice, you usually have to go and be mentored for a couple of years, right? And then you have to take your practicums or whatever they're called, like your, I know what I'm talking about and all that. So it's a long haul. Now, I don't know where you are, but there are a lot of places where you can practice with a master's. I guess my question is, what you want to do is to talk to people about their problems and hopefully give good advice, right? So why do you have to have such a formal level of accreditation to do that? You can be a life coach. You can be an empowerment coach. You can be a non-psychologist who gives advice. I don't know what people call themselves, but you don't, if you don't use the term psychologist in a lot of places, well, certainly you can't use the reserved term and so on, but you can, I don't know why you'd want to jump through all of those hoops. It'd be like me saying, I guess, well, I want to do a philosophy show, but I need a PhD in philosophy to do so. I mean, I'm not sure why the permission stuff is so important.
Right. Well, I would say the role that you would be in with a master's level in psychology, you're basically confined to doing just the counseling work. So if I wanted to go into research or into academia, which I do, then I would need the PhD. So I have like a 50-50 split between being passionate about research and also about the clinical work.
So it's not so much that you want to do therapy, but you want to do research?
I want to be able to do both, and the PhD is the most versatile degree in that regard. So you're able to do both. But
why do you want to do research? What is it that you want to research?
So I have a couple of different research interests within the area of clinical and developmental psychology. So I'm interested in how individuals cope with various life stressors and the risk and protective factors for resiliency and emotion regulation and expression, and then how to improve interventions respectively. So I'm really passionate about research and writing and contributing to the field, and that's one reason why I feel like I would be held back if I were just at the master's level.
Right. Now, if you wanted to have kids, you could, of course, do it sooner rather than later, and then you be in your 30s, sort of early to mid 30s, when they were more independent of yourself. And you could, of course, do some part-time work in higher education if you wanted to. But, if you want to do a PhD and be a therapist and do research and write papers and contribute to the field and be a wife and be a mom, I think that's insane.
Yeah, I'm starting to realize that.
And not because, I mean, obviously you're a very smart woman and I'm sure you can do whatever it is that you want to, but that's insane. That's just I can't imagine how that's not going to leave you dissatisfied in every conceivable area of your life, pun intended, I suppose. Right,
absolutely. And, I'm surrounded by a lot of young women who are pursuing their career above family and, thinking they'll either have kids afterwards. I know I have a few coworkers who tried to have children after the PhD programs and then realized that they couldn't, have a baby, and they regretted waiting as long as they did. So, some people say that you can do it at the same time, but I think that just comes from the notion that, you can do everything. And I think you called it balancing a baby on your hip while steering the Titanic or something along those lines.
Well, it's funny because, I mean, men have been told, we men have been told about our limitations for basically thousands of years, but it's really intensified over the last 50 or 60 years. We're limited in our ability to be emotionally available and expressive and intimate, and we're limited in our ability to commit, and we're limited in our this and limited in that. And I think it's gone a little bit too far insofar as about half of young British men around the age of 30 have erectile dysfunction. So it may have gone, the pounding down of masculinity has probably gone a little bit too far. It's like when you pound a nail in and it goes in below the wood and then you've got to take it out and it's like, bye wood. I got to go in there with some depth charge or something. But something's happened with women, Ashley. Tell me what you think if this is a reasonable analysis. It's like to put limits on women, to say you can't have it all, to say you've got to make sensible decisions with the limited time that you have. It's almost like then you're saying, women can't achieve things. Women can't do things. Women shouldn't be professionals. And it's like, no, I mean, I don't know what it is. Like this empowerment thing, it can go too far. You know what I mean? Like you can do anything. You're a superwoman. You can have more than 24 hours in the day. And it's like, no, you can't. You're mortal. You're human. And if you want to have kids, that should be your thing. I mean, there's no job, no career, no calling that is maybe being a nun, but there's nothing that's more than being a mom. There's nothing that's more than being a parent. And I say this like I've got legitimacy to say this because it's true. Also, I've been a stay-at-home dad. And was it just yesterday? It was great. I had a day with my daughter. It was really, really nice. But then, after the third hour of Monopoly, it starts to become monotony, the game. Yeah. And I remember around her age, I used to love playing Monopoly. I could, go to the park with $5 and try and start a game. And there were these two fun girls who used to live in the apartment building I lived in, and we used to meet up to play Monopoly. And I loved the game when I was a kid, exactly her age. It's really, really great. But, gets a little tiring after a while. And I say this with all due love and respect and all that. But, it is and she's more independent now, but, for 6 or 7 or 8 years, it's pretty much from the moment they get up until the moment they go to bed. And depending on how much your child sleeps, that's a lot of time. And there's not a lot of in-between time. And it is, I don't know if you've had this where you've really, everyone has, of course you have, right? So if you have two things you need to do that are pulling you in opposite directions, it's really not a lot of fun. It's really not a lot of fun. I mean, I've had it where I'm trying to finish a show while at the same time I have to leave to go somewhere. It's really not fun to have these two poles. And if you look at the people who are doing really, really well in this sort of alternative media, like a lot of them, it's just like sole focus, right? They maybe have girlfriends or boyfriends. They may be married, but often they don't have kids. And if they do have kids, then they have someone staying home. If you're in that situation where you have to study and at the same time your kids are begging you to come play with them, that's a miserable time. I mean, these contradictions, these collisions always happen in life. I mean, you can't design a life that doesn't have any of them. But why would you want to court so many? And the other thing too, I'll say is that if you cheat your kids of your time and attention when they're young, life as a whole, it's pay me now or pay me later. And if you cheat your kids when they're young, what's going to happen is they'll be much more demanding of your time and attention and stress when they're teenagers, because the bond won't be there. The security won't be there. The easy history of negotiation won't be there. The natural authority that comes from being devoted to a child won't be there. And I think what happens is for a lot of people too, let's say they do what I guess some of your colleagues are trying to do, or what you would think of doing, which is do some big career thing at the same time as trying to raise kids and breastfeeding and being tired and being up all night. And everything then becomes really tough too, because if you've got something important to do the next day and your kid is up with a cough or just can't sleep or whatever, then it's really much more stressful than it needs to be because of those collision situations. But what happens is, I think a lot of people end up cutting back on what they're doing with their kids when they're kids, babies, toddlers, infants, all throughout the latency period. And then when their kids begin to go off the rails or become more influenced by peers or by media, videos and so on, music videos in particular, then they look back and say, I can't seem to get a grip on my teenager. I can't seem to have connection with my teenager. And you can't go back and rebuild, right? That you can go later, like Brian May, the guitarist for Queen, interrupted his doctorate to go and play music for like 40 years. And then he returned to finish his PhD when he was, I don't know, what is he, 60 or 70 now? And my own father ended up finishing more work on his doctorate much, much later in life So you can circle back and do all of that kind of stuff. The one thing you can't do is circle back and develop a bond with your kids. That is a one-way ticket. There are no mulligans, no do-overs, no redos for that kind of stuff. So if you invest, if you want to do parenting plus career, if you invest in parenting for the first 5 or 7 or 10 years of your kids' lives, then they will be much more self-sufficient, much wiser, much more self-directed. They'll make much better decisions when they're teenagers, and then you can concentrate on the work there without being constantly derailed by your teenagers going off the rails.
Yeah, that makes sense. And especially, I came from a household that, where my parents were really just swept up in their own chaos and didn't really have a lot of time or effort left over to, pay attention to what I was doing. So I definitely don't want to have that experience later on in life because I'm too preoccupied trying to balance tons of things. And there's also a notion, so I work with mostly females, and there's a notion that it's only women who get this, you can only do, 2, not 3 of these 3 things, having a marriage, having children, and having a career. And they say that, men do it all the time and, no one questions them.
Oh,
and I
God,
really,
what a load of crap.
I know.
What a load of man-hating, whiny, negative, emotionally self-indulgent, bitter crony crap. Oh, men have got it so easy. Oh, yes, we just sail through life with people fanning us with golden gossamer swan wings while people feed peeled grapes into our mouths while massaging our feet with scented oils. It's just so excellent being a man. That's why we live so much longer. Not. That's why none of us commit suicide so much more. Not. That's why we're less prone to disease caused by stress. Not. Oh, man, it's just, oh, yeah, men. Because how many men are staying home and having a career at the same time and being husbands? Like, men don't get to stay home. Okay, so men go out and work and then they parent when they get home. So they only get 2 out of 3. That's by far the standard for the man, is to go out and work and then come home and try and squeeze in some time with the kids before they go to bed. That's heartbreaking.
Yep, absolutely. And, my father worked like probably 14, 15-hour days when I was younger, and he had sleep apnea. So for every hour of the night, he would actually rest for 15 minutes. So he probably got 1 hour of sleep every night, and he did that for years and years on end. So, he was able to have the career, but his presence, really suffered in the household.
Oh, yeah. And the man then, of course, has to say, I want to provide a good standard of living for my family, but my wife's going to get mad if I'm not home. Because she'll be like, well, you're just working all the time. And then she's going to get unhappy, and then I might get divorced, and then I'm toast, right? So it is very, very tough. Now, what about funding all of this? Let's say that you did want to do the PhD. I mean, what's the net cost for that? What's that going to run you in terms of what money you have to lay out, or someone has to lay out, and also your lost earning potential if you're doing a PhD instead of working?
So the cost of the PhD itself, because of the way that I intended on doing it, wouldn't have actually been much at all. So the programs that I applied to, and I'll get to this as well, but my boyfriend is also trying to pursue a PhD in psychology. So we're both trying to do something really insane at the same time, which just complicates things further. So we both applied to programs that they provide full funding. So they're very competitive, but if you are to get in, they completely waive your tuition, and they actually provide you with a stipend to work for the university. So you end up getting paid a very small stipend, enough to have cereal for dinner, basically. But
but to work for the university?
Yes, either as a research assistant or a teaching assistant in the program. So sometimes
you'd be pursuing. I'm sorry, Ashley. You just blew my mind a little bit more. So now we're talking about 4 things: being a wife, being a mom, pursuing a PhD, and working for the university.
Yes.
I mean, come on. What are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing? What there's no more certain recipe for a miserable life.
I know. And when I decided on this path, I really thought that I could be done with it by the time I was, like I said, 27, 28, and then focus on family, as soon as I finish. And I will say that at the time that I started on this path, I was pretty far to the, I wouldn't say far. I was on the left. I was like a Bernie Sanders supporter, basically like 2 years ago.
You were a psychologist.
What was that?
You were into psychology, so I'm going to assume on the left as a whole.
Yes. And yeah, absolutely. So in the past year and a half, I've realized how my values are actually, very traditional and conservative. And so along with that shift has come this like sense of crisis and guilt over putting my career.
Now, better now than later.
What was that?
Better now than later.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Now, so if your boyfriend is going to go for his PhD, Ashley, and you're going to go for your PhD, I guess I just have one wee question.
Yes.
How are you going to eat? Roof over your head.
Yeah.
Clothing.
Yeah.
How are you going to, I'm fascinated. I got to tell you, I'm rapidly fascinated by people's finances. I just find it immensely interesting. But how would you make enough money?
So I would say it's, it depends on where you live. And if you're, like in the Midwest, or if you're somewhere where the cost of living is, manageable, you can have cereal every night basically for dinner. It's really hard to imagine how you could ever afford to have even one child while you're in the program.
Well, no, but if you would you go to the same school? Well, you'd have to, right?
Well, that's another thing. It's so competitive. These programs, they get about 200 to 700 applicants, and they accept 5 to 10 people. So
the odds of you and your boyfriend getting in at the same college are almost none. No.
Right, exactly. And the thing is, if you go to the programs, the more competitive they are, the more they fund you. So if we were to apply to programs that are less competitive, they would get to be more expensive. So we both applied this past year and didn't get in. I came very close, but I did not get accepted. So next time around, we would apply to some programs that, accept a higher amount of students, but they would be a little bit more expensive.
So if you get in the program, you don't have to say where the university is, of course, but is it a cheap place to live?
Well, that's what we're going for. Yes.
But you're not going to be able to be at the same college, almost certainly, right?
Yeah, we tried to apply to a bunch of schools in the same areas, but it's hard to imagine us both getting in the same region even. And, I never thought I would actually feel this way when I started out, pursuing this career, but I've also come to a point where I feel like if I had to choose between my boyfriend and I getting the PhD, I would, gladly have him be the one to get the PhD.
Well, sure. And so that's because you are a kind and thoughtful woman, and you want society to have access to psychological expertise. And if you go and get the degree and then you decide to have a bunch of kids, society has just wasted $1 million training a psychologist who ain't working in the field, right? So you actually want society to have psychological resources available to it, and therefore that would be your husband, because he wouldn't be pregnant. He wouldn't be up breastfeeding in the middle of the night. And he'd actually be able to go and see patients, which you would not, at least not very likely.
Right.
Let me help you. Just help me understand why you care so much about researching other people rather than raising your own children. That I'm trying to sort of figure out.
Yeah, that's actually something that I've been thinking about a lot over the past couple of weeks, because the irony of ironies, my research interests have shifted towards children's development, and I'm just sitting here thinking, I'm going to be researching other people's children and not taking proper care of my own, which is just absolutely insane.
Wild. I mean, when you think about
really
it, that
insane.
is that is really fantastic. And I mean, in terms of fantastical, so what do you think drives that? Like, you could either raise your own children in a wonderful way and have those children bond with you and love you and be there with you as you age, and give you grandchildren that bond you in a wonderful tribal familial bond, and then be there when you get old and creaky and ill, and be there as you're dying in a wonderful rich soup of family connection. Or you could just go sit in a fluorescent office and watch how often babies blink and then die alone. I mean, it seems kind of an odd dichotomy to me.
Yeah, I know. And, there's something called, people refer to it as me search in the field of wanting to do research that's relevant to yourself. And it just kind of comes up naturally in a lot of people. And so I always have a radar for that, to, make sure I'm not doing something because of my own instincts. But,
well, no, you will. Everybody does.
Right, absolutely.
No, like everybody does. I mean, why am I so interested in promoting reason? And why am I so good at combating irrationality? Because I grew up with a mother who was insane. Mm-hmm. Right. So, I mean, philosophy, I guess, is the name of the show. I mean, everybody does stuff because of their own motivations. But I'm trying to think what is the driver behind you wanting to do all of this stuff and sacrifice time with your own children to study other people's children?
And, I would say I don't want to sacrifice my children. And that's why I'm really, debating what I'm going to do moving forward right now.
Well, no, if you didn't want to sacrifice your children, technically the debate would be over by now, right? I'm sorry. I just want to point out that it's logical. Will you say, like, if I'm not going to sacrifice my kids. Okay, well then don't go to graduate school when you've got kids, right? But if you're still debating it, then it's still, you still haven't decided whether or not you're going to sacrifice your kids.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I guess, maybe it's the notion of just, taking long breaks in my career and all that makes me feel like it might be possible. But, a big part of me wanting to pursue research is the fact that I'm just really unhappy looking at where the field of psychology is going. And especially in higher education, so many ideas that are circulating that are just really absolute nonsense. And, the postmodernism that's really invading these clinical programs. And, the types of research that you come across in the labs at these programs are just, absolutely ridiculous. It's really getting really far away from being a hard science. And it's very disappointing. So
you want to wage war against postmodernism in the field of psychology? No, listen, don't get, hey, that's a noble goal, but why would anyone hire you?
Yeah.
I mean, they don't want someone to go to war with their treasured belief system, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like being an atheist saying, well, I really want to join the Catholic Church and wage war against their religiosity. It's like, hey, guess whose resume is going straight to the shredder? I mean, this is a very self-destructive path, right? Because you're going to sacrifice a lot in your personal life to the point of beating your head against the foggy wall of academic indifference, and you'll end up with nothing.
Mm-hmm. I know you definitely have to hide this sort of belief until you're kind of in the field. Because they've done studies where they'll have applications go out to schools where some will either say that they have conservative beliefs or religious beliefs, and some will not, and they have everything else is exactly the same. And, of course, the ones that don't list conservative or religious beliefs, do far better.
No, but you believe that there's some barrier you can get through where you will be able to come out of the closet, so to speak, as a non-leftist and do what? I mean, you still need funding, right? And why would anyone fund you if they disagree with your entire perspective and think you're a very bad person?
Mm-hmm. The only person I know who's actually doing this successfully is Jordan Peterson. And that's, of course, he's the only one who's doing it. So,
yeah, he's not doing it. I mean, his capacity as a psychologist certainly helps. With Kathy Newman, when she's like, well, what gives you the right to say this? Is like, I'm a clinical psychologist, right? But Peterson is not doing it in the psychology environment. He's doing it in the mainstream market environment, right? So he's not infiltrating psychological places and attempting to change things from the inside. He is taking his books and his tours and his lectures and his speeches, all going, in a sense, to the free market.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which explains how he can do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know anything that's changed in the field of psychology because of what Jordan Peterson is doing, but certainly he's had a very positive impact on lots of people, but only insofar as he is not doing therapy with them one-on-one, but rather engaging with them in the public sphere.
Right. Yeah, I can see it's kind of an impossible task.
But why do you want it?
I don't know if I feel any better about walking away from it.
Walking away from what?
Like the people who are influencing, emerging adults right now in colleges, for example, in psychology departments.
No, but they're losing.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean, seriously, they're losing to people who are not in academia.
Right.
Let me, just for those who don't know, I'm sure you know actually what I'm talking about, but let me just spend a minute explaining that to people. So, my show, this show, Free Domain Radio, has, passed 500 million views and downloads. 500 million views and downloads. Now, if people say, oh, Steph, you should have gone into academia. Okay, if I'd gone into academia, maybe I'm teaching 50 people a year. Right? So over a 10-year career, it's 500 people. Over a 40-year career, I got 2,000 people. So I got 500 million, or I have a couple thousand, maybe. Now, the people who I would be teaching in university, a lot of them would come in with beliefs directly oppositional to what I would be teaching in university. And so a lot of people wouldn't take my course. A lot of people would take my course, be shocked and appalled, and spend the entire semester fighting with me or drop out or complain or whatever, right? Whereas I actually get to speak to people who are open-minded and curious and want to hear what I'm putting out there. And so if you say, well, there's all these people in universities who are influencing people, my goodness. Compare that to all the people not in universities who are influencing people. I mean, the people in universities are kind of like the monks who copy out every single book by hand because it's the 10th century. Whereas the internet is like people who've got the printing press and are flooding Europe with books. The monks, they've got some nice calligraphy. They've got ink-stained fingers, and I guess they show up in Sean Connery movies about the Middle Ages, but they're really not having a lot of effect relative to people who've got the printing press who are cranking out books by the hundreds every day. So, academia, I mean, who cares? You can't change it. You can't fight it. Their funding comes from the government for the most part, or it comes from the government guaranteeing student loans and all that. And they also are, how hair grows for a couple of hours after you die and your fingernails grow even though you're dead? Mm-hmm. Well, academia died, 10, 20 years ago, but it's still coasting on the momentum of its prior credibility or its prior authority. And so if you're concerned about the effects that academia is having on the world, sure, I mean, I think that's important, but it's like getting mad at the monks up in their towers, copying every laborious book by laborious page by hand. They're not really that much of an influence anymore. Mm-hmm. And there are a lot of people now who just recognize that academia is a complete crap show of indoctrination, has nothing to do with thought. So if you want to strike a blow at academia, which I have no problem with you wanting to do, then what you want to do is have nothing to do with academia, but instead go straight to the market. You can write a blog about parenting. You can write a blog about relationships. You can write a blog about your thoughts. You can video. You can podcast. You can go on people's shows. There's so much that you can do to reach literally thousands or maybe even millions of times more people than will ever pass through academia. It just seems like you're getting drawn into fighting on their turf, on their terms, using their weapons when they have all of the advantages. So my question is, who programmed you to lose? Who programmed you to want to go into an environment where you have the least chance of success and your enemies have the greatest chance of defeating you? Where in your life, in your past, as a child, did you continually lose?
I mean, I would say in a lot of ways, just the way that my family functioned, there was really no winning.
Right.
So
for you, academia is a refu, right? I'm going to fight corrupt authority, but this time I'm going to win. No, you won't. And you don't need to, because there's no need to engage academia in the realm of academia. They've got tenure, they've got guaranteed funding, they've got unions, they've got the media on their side, they've got their hit squad of thugs to take out whoever they don't like. You know, Charles Murray and the woman who tried to defend him when he was attacked, who ended up in hospital, the bike lock swinging guy who's now facing a prison and who's going to have a very, very bad time of it. Why on earth would you, I think that your drive to go and reform academia is more to do with what I call a Simon the Boxer, a repetition compulsion. To put yourself in a situation where you're trying to do the right thing, but you can't, and you'll lose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm very aware of, my liberal tendencies, because it really was only 2 years ago that I had that mindset. So I'm trying hard to not just go with, what my beliefs were from earlier. Because really, even in the past 2 years since I've been out of college, I've spent virtually every single solitary day with my boyfriend watching podcasts, listening to your show, Daily Wire, CRTV, just everything we could get our hands on. And I have absolutely learned more in the past 2 years than I have in my entire education. And I think that's probably a lot of people. And so, it's actually kind of surprising to me that I haven't thought about this sooner, because, I've only really felt like I've been learning since I finished college.
Right. And I would imagine, Ashley, that you have this belief that in academia, they want to do the right thing. They just have the wrong information. And if you give them better information and counter their erroneous perspectives, that they will swing to doing the right thing. Oh, thank you. I did want to go north. Now that you've pointed out that I was in fact going south, I'm going to turn right around and head north. I can guarantee you that will not happen.
Mm-hmm.
They do not, in general, have a goal to do the right thing, and they merely have the wrong information. Because they've had the right information for decades and decades and decades now. I mean, just in terms of economics or self-knowledge or philosophy, they've had better information, they've had the right arguments, and the goal is to accumulate power, not to pursue virtue. Mm-hmm. And anything which is going to interfere with their pursuit of power is going to be something that they will basically viciously attack or undermine or ostracize. And so what that means is, I would imagine, I've got your ACE score right in front of me, and it's 7 out of 10. So that was terrible, terrible stuff around when you were a child. So my guess is that if you have a belief that you can reform academia because you think they have the right intentions but the wrong information, my guess is that you also have a feeling, probably a prior feeling, that you can reform your family or your parents because they had the right intentions but the wrong information.
Yeah, I would say that's absolutely true. And I actually had sent in a second question that I don't intend on, being able to get through tonight, but it was related to the fact that I tend to fall into the position of being like my family's therapist. And they always look at me and say, hey, you understand psychology, what's going on? And I'm constantly being put in the middle. And it's a really difficult position to be in. So I'm sure you're spot on with that. And I think as far as me believing that people in academia at least have the right intentions, even with them being so far on the left, I think that's in part because of the fact that, 2 years ago, I, had good intentions, and I thought I was on the left. And so, thinking back to then, I wouldn't have realized how horrible everything was that I had believed in. But I was never, first of all, I was, right out of college. I think I was in an absolute bubble. And I was also not trying to force my beliefs on anyone else ever. And that's obviously what they're trying to do. So.
And how's it worked out for you being your family's therapist?
It's very stressful, But I will say one recent somewhat accomplishment is that I have convinced sort of my dad to start therapy, and we're trying to get my brother to start therapy as well. That way they will both have, their own professional therapist to speak to. And not
you said your brother and your father?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why the men?
Well, they have a very explosive relationship that has just recently, it always really, tends to explode, but it recently did, again. And so it got to a point where they basically tried to disown each other, and my dad told my brother to consider him dead and to delete his number and all the rest. And my brother is about to become a father in a couple of months, so it was just a whole lot at once.
Your father is attacking his son while his son's wife is pregnant.
Yes. It gets
That's
better.
horrible because listen.
Yeah.
Because that stress spills over.
Yep.
Into the mom, into the womb.
Yep.
And it is really an assault on the fetus.
All right.
Yep, absolutely. And I told him that as well.
What the hell is he doing?
I know. And to make it worse, my dad is temporarily my brother's, I guess you can call him his landlord. And he threatened to evict them as well while she's pregnant.
Speakers, properties.
Yeah.
Now you would see it's obviously like
and
this.
Where's your mom?
But now you just choose your speakers. This is my headset right here. This
not getting in the middle. That's for sure. Speakers, I think she's.
Wait. What do you mean getting in the middle?
Okay.
No.
She's the mom.
She's not.
She's the parent. She's not some innocent bystander getting dragged into a turf war.
No, definitely. I mean, she's not. She's not intervening at all. She's on the sidelines. I think she's really afraid of getting involved, and she's really afraid of my father. So
because he abused her, right?
Yeah.
And in what manner did he abuse her?
Physically, verbally. He, I remember at times he would break objects over her. Like he broke a spatula by hitting her so hard in the arm with it. He really, was harmfully physically abusive to her. I called the cops one time on him when I was in high school at like 7 o'clock in the morning because they were fighting, and I heard glass breaking and her screaming. So not only was he abusive, but then when they first were getting divorced, he had some like stalker tendencies towards her. So he was recording her phone calls. He put a tracker on her car so that he could see where she was going. And she's really petrified now. She doesn't want him to know where she lives or any way to contact her, and she's just really absolutely afraid of getting in the middle because she thinks that he'll come after her.
Right. Plug in my headphones and my Rift audio. And how old were you when they divorced?
I was about 13 or so, but it took them, maybe 7 to 10 years between the start of them wanting to get divorced to them officially being divorced, and I really have no recollection of them having a happy marriage.
Was he violent before he was a father?
According to her, no.
Click on that, and then you find the device. And let's say you have your headphones plugged in. You can go. Let's say I want to be able to listen. Like the children turned him evil, or whatever it is here. Whatever you want to listen to, you make sure and click on listen to device.
I can't imagine. First of all, I can't really imagine, of course, that they
and make sure and uncheck this to where it says allow applications to take exclusive control.
There were no signs. I also know that my mom was married before him, and she was supposed to be married, and she was a runaway bride because she was going to get married to someone who was really, really controlling, and he started to get violent, and then she ran away from him. So I already know that you know, she had a relationship like that before, which makes me think that there's
Mom had a soft
something
spot
there.
for the rough boys, right?
Yes,
So
yeah,
to speak, or
definitely.
a squishy spot for the rough boys.
Yeah, absolutely.
And your father's childhood, do you know much about that?
Yeah, so his family was they were really chaotic as well. So there was a lot of fighting in his household. He's Israeli and he has an Israeli temper, and you know, there was a lot of anger in his household directed towards his mom. So it was like a tag team of everyone being mean to his mother, between him, his brother, and his dad. And to this day, him and his brother, you know, really don't get along. They have a lot of really bitter arguments.
He was Israeli. He's Israeli and has an Israeli temper. I don't know what that means, because the Israelis that I know don't.
And we have to select.
Is that like a thing?
I mean, it's that's what I have been exposed to, at least. But
yeah, it might be a bit of a self-selecting group, I suppose.
yeah, I guess so.
And what happened to you as a child with regards to molestation?
On my USB device.
Okay, I'm selecting my I USB think device, is that the one about with someone who was 5 years or older?
I don't know I can't recall the details of the question, but it's the third one.
No problem. So when I was 12 or 12, between 12 and 13, I was with a group of friends who were a couple of years older than me. So, you know, my close friends and, you know, the guys that they were around, they were a couple of years older. And I got romantically.
Hi, everybody. It's Stefan Molyneux from Freedom Main Radio. If we can't beat that tide, then what we do as a community isn't going to be enough. So I think I just got behind and lit several rockets under your argument, but I just really wanted to point out.
But there's still this problem of, you know, not just the how, but, you know, what is it that we do to engage you know, a broader part of the population on this, you know, on this broader agenda, but you know, how do we?
Hi, everybody. Stefan Molyneux here with Adam Kokesh. Now, Adam and I go ways back to when I was in the Red Room. He was the former.
So what you did there was very, very clever, because you took out the wording that led to that obvious objection, but the same point is still there. You say importing. Importing to where? To the United States federal government's territory? Okay. They're not putting
into the wallets of the taxpayers. Into preying upon the wallets of the taxpayers through the state.
Right. And I don't, I mean, I of course I pay taxes when I use, every time I use the dollar, but I don't pay income tax. I don't pay property tax. I figured out a way to opt out of that here. I do as much of my business in crypto as possible. You know,
so you're okay. I mean, so it doesn't really. So the immigration and the predation upon the wallet doesn't really affect you. But that's basically saying, well, I'm fine. Everybody else who doesn't have my options, who doesn't have my choices, well, to hell with you. You have to pay with them, but it's okay. I'm on my safety raft. You all can go down with the Titanic. I'm fine, man.
No, that's not true, because what I'm doing is saying that I don't differentiate between people who are not me based on what country they come from. I don't have a special need to protect American taxpayers from the predation of the American government more than I do to protect people in foreign countries from being killed by airstrikes.
You don't recognize group differences that are biological, that are statistical, that are factual, that are statistical. You don't recognize group differences, even though I've given you a massive number of group differences that are objective and statistical. So for you, everyone's the same height, even though I've shown you taller and shorter people.
Absolutely not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I don't give any special credence to the fact that you are a citizen of a particular nation. That does not give you extra rights.
I don't even know what that means relative to what we're talking about, but I may have just missed something.
Because you say that importing, you're saying that what the government is doing is importing from another area into a specific area. That importing into that area is saying that that is an area that is of value of a specific designator. I'm saying, no, it's not. being born within the United States borders, being a part of this collective, living within this geographic area, does not make us as human beings somehow justified in advocating for the violation of the non-aggression principle of people simply because they weren't born within this geographic territory.
I'm not sure I follow, but if I understand what you're saying that being born in the United States doesn't give you magical virtue.
Human rights are universal to human beings. The non-aggression principle is universally preferable behavior that applies, I believe, as you said in the book that I listened to so many years ago and thought was the brilliant treatise on ethics, that there is that universality to that. Yes.
All right, but let me ask you this, Adam. Do you prefer libertarians or communists?
Libertarians.
Okay, so there is a group that has beliefs that, I agree with you, are far more virtuous than the beliefs of communists, more factual, more objective, more rational, and better, good. And so you have an in-group preference, and you recognize that the libertarians are closer to virtue and closer to what you and I believe than, say, communists, just to take sort of two extremes on the political spectrum. And so what you're saying is that there is value in a group that holds limited government beliefs. Now, the place in the world where government where people in general hold smallest government beliefs certainly is the West as a whole, and maybe arguably America in particular. And so if there is a convergence of small government beliefs among particular groups in America, then you would prefer those groups to other groups that have big government beliefs, right? Because you prefer libertarians to communists, to take two extremes.
Sure, and on my own property, I would be more inclined to invite a libertarian. But again, there's a certain collectivism here, or collectivization here, in your creation of these groups where you refer to like communists or libertarians as if it's all communists.
I created these groups? What do you mean? There's no such thing as communists? I don't understand.
No. Rhetorically, when you say you create, in your mind, when you say libertarians, you prefer libertarians or communists, you have an idea of what people that includes. And when you say libertarians are more ethical people, and I generally agree because they're asserting an ethical worldview.
No, the beliefs are more ethical. Individual libertarians vary somewhat widely.
Sorry, what was the first part of that?
I said the beliefs are ethical. I wouldn't necessarily judge each individual.
Yes, that was the point that I was making, is that there are lots of people who call themselves libertarian who have very low impulse control, and I wouldn't let them on my property. And there are communists who, while certainly wrong philosophically and have those unethical beliefs, and I would be very suspicious of them to say, well, if you believe that theft is justified through communism, blah, 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 do you respect my property rights on my property? If I invite you on here, are you just going to start stealing stuff? And there are communists who would give me a better faith in being good guests on my property than some libertarians. And I think I should be able to set those preferences for myself on my property. I feel that that is my right. And when you advocate for any kind of restriction of freedom of movement, you are violating essentially my property right to be able to invite someone from anywhere on the world to my property. I know there's
No. Come on, man. No. Listen. First of all,
private property-based system.
First of all, Adam, you can invite people onto your property. They can get tourist visas and so. You can invite people onto your property. And secondly, it's not just a question of your private property and who you invite onto your property, because when immigrants come into the country, but now, certainly since 1965, third world immigrants as a whole come into the country, they siphon stuff out of your wallet, and they siphon stuff out of my wallet. So don't talk to me about your private property. What about the private property of my family? What about the private property of my money? So there are some immigrants who are going to come in who statistically are going to take less welfare even than the domestic population. And there are other immigrants who are going to come in who are statistically going to take 3 or 4 times the amount of welfare and the amount of predation out of my wallet and my child's future and my savings and my hard work. So the idea that you're just inviting someone onto your property and it has no effect outside the bounds of your property is nonsense. It's a complete lie, because they come in and they take huge amounts of money from the domestic population. It is a massive transfer of funds at the point of a gun. So it's not just private to your property.
This is where you make a huge, I think, fallacy in attribution, because you can say, I have freedom of speech. I'm going to say whatever I want. Or like I have freedom on my property here in Arizona to build whatever I want. But if I build a building that comes above the tree line, it's going to affect your view of the mountain, so you can bomb my property. No, it doesn't matter. I still have that right.
That is not even close to the correct analogy. I don't own the view of the mountains, but I own the money that's in my bank account, which is regularly hoovered up by the taxman to pay for immigrants who are going to vote for bigger government. That is directly against my interests.
By the taxman. By the taxman, not by the immigrants. And if you want to say to me, hey, Adam, what about the other taxpayers, who are going to pay for this freedom that you're advocating? Well, what about the Mexican taxpayers? What about me or anybody else who's going to be taxed to support a system that they don't support? Like, why is an American taxpayer a good excuse to use the non-aggression to violate the non-aggression principle, but the Mexican taxpayer isn't? So I think again, this is where we have to identify the real enemy.
What does the Mexican taxpayer have to do with this?
Immigrants.
What does the Mexican taxpayer have to do with this?
You're defending this American taxpayer as this group that's going to be violated more because government is using immigrants as an excuse to steal from them. Well, if they stay in Mexico, you could apply, and I'm not saying I would apply this argument. I'm just pointing out that your argument could be just applied the same way. Well, what about the taxpayers in Mexico? If there are poor people in Mexico who are coming here, who are living off the Mexican welfare system, and they're hurting the taxpayers.
They're not taking from my wallet if they're in Mexico. You understand? They're not. If the people stay in Mexico and sit on the Mexican welfare state, such as it exists, they're not taking money out of my wallet.
But no one. That's the thing is that it's always the government that is doing the taking. I think it's really important that we keep our eye on who the real enemy is here, and I think that's again to the heart of the matter, because we can debate immigration, but we're on the same page.
But you don't pay any taxes, so you don't have any stake in this matter. You don't pay any taxes, so you're fine. You have this abstract thing. You don't have a child. You're not saving up for that child's future. You're not even in the game as far as this goes, because you self-admit you don't pay any taxes. But for those of us who do actually pay taxes, and sometimes quite a lot, it matters a little bit more. We don't have to deal with this. We can't just live in this abstract world of idealism, right? We do actually get massive amounts of money taken out. The society that I want is not something to be dragged forward from the past and photocopied in the future. I'm not like someone who says, oh, I love this old black and white movie, let's colorize it and then release it as a new thing. I mean, I like as much free market as possible, as many voluntary interactions as possible. And people will often say, okay, well, the 19th century was this big capitalist paradise and that's sort of what let's get children and stuff them back up the chimneys. No, that's not what I'm looking for. I mean, even in America, it only took about 80 years for the government to break the bonds of the Constitution and begin its usual tyrannical march to the current bloated monstrosity that Trump is trying to tame at the moment. And of course, the founding of America through, you could say, to the Civil War. Well, there was slavery, and that is not a free market principle at all. If you have property, you cannot be property, and universal human rights denied. So, looking just sort of back 150 years or so, governments were beginning their slow and steady march to, again, the sort of bloated, bureaucratic, civilization-destroying monstrosities currently feeding like some leech the size of Jupiter on the diminishing jugular of human freedoms. And I mean, in Germany, 150 years ago or so, there was the creation of sort of the first modern bureaucratic welfare state, with unemployment insurance, with old age pensions, with welfare, and so on. So that was a long time ago. But the most important one, the one that still affects us the most today, was the government takeover of the education system. The education system in America, when it was privately run, was spectacular. A 90-95% significant literacy rate, far higher in many places than it is now. American government's schools are dose-dependent brain destroyers. American kids, their score about average relative to international schools. Before Every time that these governments go to
ETA is 50 over 100. Over.
weapons. But of course, the point of government fundamentally, the point of government is twofold. It is to make sure that those who educate the young are dependent on the state for income and job security, and summers off, and all the other kind of goodies that they have. And I remember, it wasn't even that long ago, I was listening to a conversation. A teacher, a government teacher, was talking to another woman. This is both women. And she was just kind of tossing her hair back and saying, oh, those summers, those long... This summer, I'm gonna tackle the basement. I'm going to trim my hedges. And it always ends up the same way. I go over to my friend's house with a book, and I sit by the pool, sipping Mai Tais and baking in the sun. Oh, it's glorious. And then she went on to talk about how. Anyway, so to get those who educate the young dependent on the state is essential. That's for educating the young. For intimidating everyone else into deferring to state power, you must make sure that the intellectuals are dependent on the state. And you do that because some of the intellectuals, of course, particularly those language into the media, reporters, traditionally. And that way they're dependent on the state. They're dependent on state contact. They're dependent on state information. So you try and make as many language-based people dependent on the state as possible. For those who want to go into the artistic realm, you capture those who are this way. They're dependent on the state. The people who are in the hard sciences are a little bit more challenging. But you simply give people in the hard sciences massive for them to do the job. You artificially swell the number of scientists working on this field. And you make them dependent on the state. That way you have massive families of people who are assailants, your defense. You're like raised ears against the thundering, approaching force of freedom. And this way, most of the audience are weaponized against freedom by the state. What dealer in the town all we
Enemy UAV is airborne.
Is perceived. I'm sorry, loss of their rights.
Enemy UAV is airborne.
Fate worse than death. Of course, you can weaponize women very easily against freedom. Artificially raising their rights. Take lots of them work for teachers.
Enemy UAV is airborne.
Governments and the media very
Enemy UAV is airborne.
Substituting them in for men. It means, of course, that there are more women who are opposed to freedom, to voluntary. You can't be dependent on the state to raise the free market. I mean, you can, but there's so easily it's not the same. It's not the same if you pay your tax. You have to pay your taxes. You don't have to go to the government. And so driving away men from the education of children is really, really important to
Enemy UAV is airborne.
then bring in different responsibilities. And you get more and more independence than Western men's deference towards the preferences of
our UAV is online.
Man fears access to reproduction, to dating, to sex, to marriage, to family. Because women are weaponized against freedom.
Our UAV is online.
A wide variety of scientists and even if you sort of look at Hollywood, well, Hollywood unions, therefore, stay in organization. They might be able to get the movie made. It's already very expensive and then they will make it a movie. And most foundations, when the government takes over, really, really fascinating things happen. And those of us who are interested in vociferously for the substitution of voluntary for
Our UAV is online.
government education.
Enemy UAV is airborne. Enemy UAV is airborne.
Those of us who talk about
Our UAV is online.
we're often confused, and you may have experienced this, let me know if you have. But we're often confused. Deep-seated people's resistance to freedom. Now, a lot of that has to do
I'm the airstrike on the way.
we're not
Enemy UAV is airborne.
we aren't doing a lot of that,
Our UAV is online.
and
I'm the airstrike on the way.
certainly in working families, the government is working. It's true that there are 16 hours outside of the 8 hours, hopefully for 10 or 11 or 12 of those. You know, plus there's non-interactive stuff that you might do. Book courses around and so on. And of course you're not instructing them on values and
Enemy UAV is airborne.
whatever.
Our UAV is online. Our UAV is online.
So, for a lot of people, there's this unconscious thing that's happening. This subconscious thing that's happening, which is that the state is... Now, this sometimes happens in a pretty direct way, right? Another way to weaponize
Enemy UAV is airborne.
is to misinstruct the population.
UAV recon standing by. Our UAV is online. Our UAV is online.
Families, majority families.
Our UAV is online.
Not only the best, but the healthiest
Send the airstrike on the way.
Children who
Our UAV is online. Our UAV is online.
And so it's just a very, very harmful environment. And of course, you know, when you talk to women about what's healthy, women's magazines are pure. These kinds of
Our UAV is online.
Nuts for healthy stuff, which I understand. Evolution.
Enemy UAV is airborne. Enemy UAV is airborne.
But of course, if you obscure
our UAV is online. Our UAV is online.
Or how destructive.
Our UAV is online.
Study that came out. In fact, I took the ADHD.
Our UAV is online. I'm the airstrike on the way.
Which is
our UAV is online.
And so you can easily weaponize.
Enemy UAV is airborne. Our UAV is online.
Some causality in all this.
I'm the airstrike on the way.
Who's your daddy? Is he rich like me? Well, the government is
Enemy UAV is airborne.
There's the system. And so it's kind of hard to argue against. Yeah, it's kind of hard to argue against income redistribution when
Friendly airstrike on the way.
at least the perception is that
Enemy UAV is airborne.
So people are
Our UAV is online.
And even along with that, but along with that, is other challenge. And the challenge is that if we say initiation of forces involved,
Enemy UAV is airborne.
we understand this, right? I mean, if I lend you my lawnmower,
Enemy
that's
UAV
wrong.
is airborne.
If you steal my lawnmower,
Our UAV is online.
Lovely. You understand. I get into a boxing ring with you, and you hit me and bloody my neck. That's the law of regulation. So,
our UAV is online.
You put kids into government-controlled then
enemy UAV is airborne.
What arguments can you as a society make against coercive?
Enemy helicopter approaching. Our UAV is online.
Can you then say what is very important? It's never use force. Never use never hit things together. Never hit people together. We can see this.
Enemy UAV is airborne. Our UAV is online. Friendly airstrike on the way. UAV recon standing by. Our UAV is online.
How are they going to stop wars if we wrong use environments? The whole foundation of government education is that the
enemy helicopter approaching.
Right, so the means are always best. Guns. It's just a right to be educated. Being in a civilized society. It's how democracy works.
UAV is airborne. Our UAV is online.
So first of all, the forces are always
enemy UAV is airborne.
laudable
Enemy
goals
UAV
of
is
government
airborne.
advantage that obscure the actual and then of course the false dichotomy is that since the government educates the young, particularly the poor young, only the government can educate them. If you don't want the government to educate them, you want the poor to remain ignorant of their attitudes. You see the declaration of the government schools in certain countries in America. That's the
Our UAV is online.
and that's with a lot of social promotion and so on. The idea that the government is going to educate children without the government. I mean, it's funny how the West was built generally prior to government school, particularly in America. The freedoms were built prior to government school, but some
enemy helicopter approaching. Our UAV is online.
That's just it. So, if you can get kids, or if children get these riled up and forced into these coercive relationships, and of course, you know, there's some places you can homeschool and private schools and so on, but you're still forced to go to the way. And most of the schools are following the curriculum of the university, so there's this straight jacket of conformity as well, even those who want to go through the straight restrictions. So, how on earth, as a society, can you fundamentally argue against coercive relationships? The virtue of coercive relationships if you subject children to 12 years of the coercive relationship known as government. You can't. This is why, without addressing this issue, it's such a losing battle for people to argue for free markets in the realm of ideas, to argue for free market in the realm of adult economics, to argue for free market, because if you don't have a free market in education, or if you don't at least clearly identify the immoralities of coercive government education, coercive education of any kind, then you're fighting a losing battle. It fundamentally makes no sense, and this is why once you get the socialization of education, socialization of society.
Take no prisoners, comrade!
So, when you have the end justifying the means, kids need to be educated, therefore the only viable way to do it is to force parents to pay to
Enemy UAV is airborne!
Have all of this coercion to children into the future.
Enemy UAV is airborne!
You're basically saying,
Enemy UAV is airborne!
not only do the ends justify the means, an argument that the ends justify the means is that the means are bad, but the end is good, and therefore it's okay. So, to take a silly example, right? Like, let's say somebody's drowning and they're panicking in the water. You dive in to save them, they're crashing and hitting you, and so much that you thump them on the head and knock them out.
Enemy helicopter approaching!
You save their lives. You have to knock them out to save their lives.
Enemy UAV is airborne!
So if you save a panicking drowning person by thumping them on the head, they'll be saying thumping people on the head is good. It's bad. And just huge details. Flagpole outside somebody's window. They kick the window in and they climb it. So when they kick in the window, they climb into someone's Nobody's saying kicking in windows or going into people's place unannounced and uninvited. It's good, but it's better than. But when you set up this false dichotomy, that
Enemy UAV is airborne!
And the means of governments doing it, which is one
Friendly helicopter on the way!
instilled it out into the tribes.
Enemy UAV is airborne!
Then both the means and any other.
Our UAV is online!
So, when children go any alternative to their perspectives,
Enemy UAV is airborne! Enemy UAV is airborne!
It's the poor being
Enemy UAV is airborne!
stuffed up chimneys. So when the alternative to coercion is absolutely wrong, then the coercion itself
Our UAV is online!
The dog is lunging at your child. To not do that would be wrong. And so when you have where the needs of both of them, then when they grow up and say, well, everyone I disagree with is a Nazi, and punching Nazis is good, we can say that's wrong, and we should, of course. But we do have to ask where it comes from, and this, I believe, is one of the key areas where it comes from. The ends justify the means, and both the ends and the means are good. A woman married a guy, or had sex with a guy, or got pregnant by a guy who didn't stick around. In the past, this would be dealt with by giving the kid up for adoption or having the parents of the girl raise the child or passing it off as a sibling, or, there were ways to solve this before, and it was far less prevalent. Single motherhood was in the low to mid-single digits, at least among whites, a couple of generations ago, so it was extraordinarily rare. And this is a time when birth control was much harder to, or much reliable birth control was harder to procure and use, or sometimes even impossible. And prior to the pill, women got married and stayed down. Children were raised in a healthy way. Anyway, so a woman gets pregnant by a man who doesn't stick around, who won't marry her, who's not paying the bills. This is a huge catastrophe for society, for the child, or everyone. But if we excuse her of responsibility, she's too dumb to keep her legs crossed, or she's too confused about male nature, or she doesn't know that a condom is necessary. I guess you can rescue her free will, but only at the expense of any conceivable respect for her entire mental processes, or lack thereof, to put it mildly. But then, of course, when the government sort of rushes in and says, "Oh, you're pregnant, you don't have a husband to provide for you, or you have babies, or many babies, many husbands. Well, we're going to rush in and we're going to give you all this money." All this money. In the States, a woman on welfare with 2 kids, $65,000 worth of pre-tax income is poured at her every single year. We're trapping her in poverty. And when we do this, then we say, well, the woman has the baby, and that's just kind of absolute, which is and kids who are given up for adoption into 2-parent households do just as well as kids born into 2-parent households. It is the 2-parent household because kid, of course, sees a healthy adult relationship, which he or she can then emulate more often. But you say, needs resources. Hurry up and wait. Get here. It's emergent. It's an emergency. You get here. Now we're going to leave you there for 3 days. So it's incredibly boring. And then short bursts of Once or They're doing really well. You dead man, but nothing ever really came of it. I actually met him years later, but that was the only real time that I was targeted in that way. You have a complicated product. You want to serve them, and you want them to profit from their interactions with you, but it's not exactly an equal relationship. You know, once they're kind of locked in, particularly with support plans, it's different. It's a complicated non-respectable in the situation we were forced to be in, and our parents were forced to pay for. But that was a it wasn't this place would run a lot better without me sticking up the place. They would actually ask you what you wanted to learn. There'd be a lot of independent research about the best way for children to learn. You wouldn't be like the subject of these guinea pig experiments. That's my new man. That's to experiment on them with regards to particular educational theories. It's absolutely horrifying and brutal. People whose hearts are free atoms lodged in the Rich Grinches in the future will look back at the treatment of children and just wonder how on earth would this for themselves. Why do they believe in this? Round one. Fight! If society really cared about children, there'd be no such thing as a national debt. We understand. Anyone, sorry, so ludicrous. Lovely little piano music. Giving you homework. That's what's sentimentality. If the old cared about the young, they would abolish Social Security. Because Social Security does not. So this idea that kids is kind of unwanted and kind of in the way, that also what that does is it dissolves the bond between child and caregiver. It dissolves the bond. Was the woman who took care of me that round 1. I know that. But lately a lot of which everyone says you should do. See someone who is so if you can put your into an environment in then the children don't move on being treasured, being worshipped for existing, which doesn't mean, of course, conceding to everything they want in a day. I love you guys, I love the world. But if you lack Of course, they're being educated, right? They're being raised. They're being round D. The only way to counter that anxiety is through attack, through love. Dedicated parents are the only way to do that. I include a doctor. Nobody's running. I guess unless you're so if you can avoid this security turn that shirt inside out. Not show that text. That's really, really important. It wasn't really because they don't have a bond. They don't have a bond with caregivers. It's not the only thing. It has a lot to do with their bond with coercive institutions. And desperate to secure. It's anxiety. Young kids. Let's just say he was going to involve you know my parents, they love us. On social media, virtue signaling, all of this. They're just pumping out all of this socially approved stuff in order to gain the momentary relief from anxiety called I approve of you, and to flee or avoid a truly death, panicking anxiety of being disillusioned. When you see people turning like feral wolves on a wounded deer, somebody steps out of line, somebody says something they don't like, boom! Rip them. Who have had imprinted upon their souls that deformity is, and we're not built to survive, we're built to reproduce. If agreement gains us access to resources and reproduction, then we will agree. That's what our genes tell us. But all of this virtue signaling, it is, ripping off your shirt and showing the still bleeding scar wounds of early And then people wonder why there's this fragmentation in society. What we echo, like people on the right love like to be loved by people on the left go to left wing about everybody just goes into their own echo chamber. It's because we're all desperate to live in a place where we just can't be attacked. Right? This is one of the problems of multiculturalism. Bring all these other races into society. Okay? The possibility that that could work is completely destroyed by screaming racism, particularly white people. And you can have a multicultural society, or you can have a society where people's lives get destroyed over accusations of racism, but you can't do that. Because at some point people are going to say, I don't like all of these accusations of racism, and I don't know how to combat it. And people won't stop doing it as long as there are lots of racism now, and that's not a pretty close to get them. So please everyone stop screaming racism. So, the adult world is a map of early predators. The cover-up is worse than crime. The crime is the theft of childhood. The crime is the theft of security. The crime is the theft of education. The politics is the cover-up. The hysteria is the cover-up. The social signal, the virtue signal, that's the cover-up.
Being someone on the far right
social security, virtue signal, that's the
being someone on the far right makes most of my conversations with friends inevitably turn political. Vaughn and I might not have the exact same worldview, but I would like to know how he, as a professional political commentator who sees some of the dangers looming on the horizon, would recommend to deal with this kind of anxiety.
I assume that's Sergey.
Just the correct pronunciation, so feel free. Say whatever.
A lot of Russians. Well, I appreciate the question, and I have wrestled with it over the years. I'll give you some thoughts, and then you can let me know. First of all, it is emotionally suicidal to care more about people than they care about themselves. We all know this. If you've ever had somebody really self-destructive in your life, if you've ever had someone really self-destructive in your life, they will pull you down with them if you continue to care for them and they care for themselves. You are fundamentally helpless in this situation. You can't speak the truth as far as you are able. You can speak out loud, you can bring forward the facts. But as the old saying goes, if you know the state, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. So, you can speak reason to the world. Maybe if you have the ability or the charisma or the will, you can run for peace. And maybe you can affect some change. As somebody who really consumes what is going on in the world, you care more than even they care themselves. The German population, for instance, voted Angela Merkel and company back into power recently. In France, there was a clear choice between somebody who was largely open borders and Marine Le Pen, who, while she had a lot of socialist failings, was very concerned with French heritage and French history and wished to do what she could to maintain it. The information was clearly presented. Now, the AFD did do very well. I don't know if there's time enough, but the AFD did do relatively well in Germany. But the information was put forward very clearly, and people made their choices. And the people who made their choices in Europe in the recent elections and the ones to come, they made their choices with the most amount of knowledge at the fingertips of a voter that the world has ever seen. You know, in the past, when I was growing up, you had to rely on the mainstream media. You had to rely on historians. You had to rely... I mean, you really couldn't get the primary sources very easily. I remember for some of my research for my master's thesis, I had to go to microfilms. I mean, you wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't even know. You had to these tiny, like, spy little shrunken down newspapers. You'd load them on and scan around and read and search. Just after I finished my thesis, a lot of the great works came out on CD-ROM. Multimedia. Not only redundant, but too late for me. Media means multi already. But anyway. So, there's no shortage of information. So either they're ignoring the information, they're staying inside their own bubble. And people are perfectly free to do that. People are perfectly free to stay in an echo chamber, to only listen to those who agree with them, and to not seek any outside information. And should any outside or contrary information cross their path, they are free to call down all the airstrikes of vicious verbal abuse and rejection and ostracism and hostility and rage. They're free to do that part of their free speech. And they're free to vote, of course, for people, well, the people that they voted for. And if people won't change their minds according to reason and evidence, in history, they tend not to change. And by that, I don't mean that every society which survives is rational. But if something isn't working, then people tend not to survive. If they ignore that it's not working. You know, if you have some horrible lump on your body and you just don't go to the doctor, well, you probably aren't going to do very well in the long run. You've got some horrible toothache and you don't go to the dentist, well, you're probably not going to do very well in the long run. So, people are free to ignore that which doesn't work. They're free to ignore that which poses extraordinary and escalating dangers to the way of life their ancestors fought and died for. Perfectly free to do that. This is where I've come to, and it's relatively recent, so I don't know if it's fixed in stone, Sergey, but this is where I've come to. I won't care for people more than they care for themselves. I have fought long before I was in any kind of public eye. I fought hard. I fought as a teenager for reason and evidence. I fought in theater school for reason and evidence. I fought in the business world. I fought in academia. I made presentations. I wrote extra papers. I talked to professors. I engaged with students. I was in the debating society. I have been fighting with Aragorn-like flourishes the orcs of irrationality for many, many decades. And now I've gone from personal conversations and conversations to presentations to a couple of hundred students at a time to over 500 million views and downloads of rational arguments. Not always perfect arguments, but reasoned arguments. Now that is more than I ever could have imagined. It's not as much as I want to do, but it's more than I could have reasonably imagined in the past, and I'm extraordinarily happy and proud and grateful to everyone out there for making these opportunities possible. The primary responsibility is not with the ignorant, but with the knowledgeable, but inactive. It is a secondary crime. It's like lying by omission. It's a secondary crime if you avoid information counter to your thesis, but if you have information counter to a bad thesis and you stay silent, to me you are far more morally culpable than somebody who has avoided that information. Let me put it to you this way. If you're someone who has some weird lump on their back, like some mole that looks like something emerging out of John Hurt's chest in a sci-fi movie, then maybe you didn't see it for a while, maybe you see it, maybe you think it's gone away, maybe you think it's a bit of tree bark or something like that, maybe you think you're turning into an ant, or someone that Thaddeus Russell thinks can make a baby with someone. Who knows, right? But if you don't see it, you don't know about it, you find out about it, you don't really act on it, you delay, you procrastinate and so on, okay, it's pretty irresponsible, pretty bad, particularly if people are depending on you, and of course the future depends on the actions of the present. We all have children, whether we have them directly biologically or not, we all have children called the future. And that's one thing. And I have not much sympathy for people like that. However, what if you are a dermatologist and you see this on someone's back and it's like, whoa, what the Sam living hell is that? And then you say nothing. Who's more responsible? Who's more culpable? The person who's avoiding for their own benefit in the short run, or the professional, or the expert who sees the disease and says nothing? So, the way that I fight the despair, and successfully too, is I say to myself, you know, what I do is not an accident. What I do is not... It's not like I just sort of wake up and turn on the camera and... Right, I mean...
And the first one drops.
There is a lot of spontaneity in what I do, which is why I think it's worth listening to, but it is not random. It is not
right now. It's a 3-point game. Figure out what we're gonna play.
Arbitrary. I have a very conscious set of thoughts and ideas that inform and guide what it is that I do. And one of those are do the very best that you can, do the very most that you can to make the world a better place, to make the world think, to make the world breathe. Because one of two things is going to happen. Either the world is going to get more rational, in which case, good job, you, well done. You can take your place among the greats of human history. Whether that's personal or general, not particularly important. So do the most you can. Or people won't listen to you. In which case, you will not regret their passing. I hate to say it, I really, literally hate to say it, and it's just my own personal perspective. I mean, you can take this as you like, but if you are an expert and you see, if you're a dermatologist, you see someone with a godforsaken mole that needs to be checked out, and you spend days or weeks cajoling them, saying you'll pay for their visit, just come in and it'll be checked out, it'll be painless, it's still early enough that something might be done, and you know, you don't have to suffer with this, and you do all of that, and the person still won't come for a free checkup, for a biopsy, for a removal, for some weird thing with a freeze gun. I mean, they won't. And then the person dies. Can you really regret such a person? Well, no, because they had every conceivable opportunity to get fixed, to get better. And they chose to deny reason, evidence, and expertise in the pursuit of fantasy that nothing dangerous was growing around them. I cannot mourn the passing of such a person. I cannot. And maybe this comes from this sort of hard experience of growing up with a self-destructive person. But I can't. I can't do it. Do you know why? I mean, there's a number of reasons, but I'll tell you the most personal one. The personal seems to be. You know, they love to say the personal is the political. For me, it seems quite often the personal is the universal. I'll tell you why. Personal is very, very good. Who's good?
Now Jordan, he has 6.
The reason why I can't mourn this kind of passage of self-deluding, self-destructive, and damn well don't listen, fools, is because, you know, there are people in my life. They're gonna die. One day. They're gonna die. I'm gonna die. One day you're gonna die. Everyone around you is gonna die.
Here's Rivers. 7 points in the game.
And there are people in my life I love so dearly. So dearly.
It's 2-on-1.
So
here's Pippen.
Good at turning.
And here is Grant.
That when they die,
Jackson with the ball.
My heart may break.
Dumps it off.
And I know I will be
Jordan pulls. Michael Jordan again.
lecturing myself with they would not want you to stand over their grave and cry your bone marrow into a bottomless void for eternity. I know that they will say in my mind, in the afterlife, we all live in the memory of others, that they will say, I do not want you to be sad until the end of your days. I do not want my death to cast a shadow over everything of your future life. I want you to be happy that I live, not sad that I die. And there will be that, and I will strive to eat those words and digest them and fill myself up with something other than sincere. And I will get up and salute them and they will march off to the day like I'm marching to war I don't expect to win. Try and grin and sing along the way. It's a long way. Tipperary, it's a long way. And I will, and I will find a way after the loss of those I love. And I hope that they will miss me when I'm dead, and I hope that they will get up and march into their day like a war they can't win, but sing and dance along the way. And these are people I treasure and love and respect for their courage and their virtue and their integrity and their sense of humor and their good spirits and their loyalty and their beauty of their spirits and
Kevin, last year Michael Jordan averaged
spontaneity
just north of
and their joy.
33 points per game here at home. He also averaged 33 points
So I've got
against the Atlanta Hawks when they faced off last year.
a deep awareness, especially since my cancer scare. I have a deep awareness, more than scare, the cancer. But I have a deep awareness of the fragility of things. That we all walk through our days like somebody strolling or scurrying or creeping through a minefield with no detector, waiting for the click. Every step we put down might be a floor that falls away and dumps us in a shallow grave or a deep one. So there are people I'm going to lose that I love dearly. I will not give them the same emotional space as those who are foolish and silly and shallow and stupid and vicious and vile and evil and who screech and scratch and squawk at people bringing them the necessary bandages and deep medicine of integrity and honesty and virtue necessary to save their God-forsaken existences.
Here's Rivers. He's got 7.
Those people,
Nice adjustment here with the full court press.
I will do nothing to push them.
Atlanta calls timeout.
But I will not mourn their fall. Because there are those who work hard to save the world. And who take bitter blows.
Not by a bunch.
Look at James O'Keefe just gave a speech the other day, got handed 2 new legal documents, 2 new lawsuits, I assume. He has how many, to my mind, frivolous and unjust lawsuits floating around his organization. He gets up, he marches, I assume, into the day. I admire him enormously. He marches into the day.
Here's Armstrong.
Well, he, I think, walks into the day as into a war he can win.
Back to Jordan. Over
You can support him.
And at 10, no good by
PerfectGuard.com.
Chicago. The Hawks trail by 3.
If people I respect
And here is Webb.
and love
Pass to Wilkins.
die, I want to be able to mourn them, and I will not cloud that mourning by having an equal attachment to the fools who bring about not only their own demise, but often the demise of those who come after them who deserve far better. And I'm not just talking about people in Europe, even the boomers who will scratch and scream and scrape and claw at anyone who talks about rolling back their unjust benefits, the pensions and everything, or the health care that they want.
Jordan
They did not pay for it. Oh, well, the government took our money. So what? You know who else took your money? You know who else took money? A whole bunch of cheats in the world have taken people's money. Bernie Madoff took people's money. I gave him my money. I should get it back with interest. Sorry, he lied and cheated. I gave my government the money. Get it back with interest. Nope, they lied and cheated. There's nothing there. Nothing there except a noose around the economic necks of the next generation. That's all that's there. And you can take what you did not earn at the expense, like vampires who can survive sunlight and you can fasten your arthritic teeth on the jugulars of the next generation who will have not 1/10 the economic opportunities that you have. But I cannot mourn. I cannot mourn those. I cannot mourn the murdered by circumstances or accidents as much as I murder those who take their own lives by their own hands. I cannot mourn the virtuous in the same way or even in the same direction that I mourn the foolish, the ignorant, and the evil.
This is Phil Jackson's lineup.
Europe,
They've got Cartwright.
as it is currently constituted, cannot stand.
They've got the advantage on the boards in this one, Kevin.
It's not even fundamentally about immigration or migrants. It's not fundamentally about that. Europe cannot stand because it is attempting to deny that which does not work. It is attempting to deny the reality, the principles of that which does not work. Collectivism, statism, taxation, debt, power, regulation, control, indoctrination. None of these things work in the European context. Europeans do not breed well in captivity. Europeans do not flourish under fundamentally foreign indoctrination. And Marxism to me is not fundamentally a European doctrine. For reasons I've gone into for years. I truly about Karl Marx for more on that if you want. But Europe cannot last because it has set up an unsustainable system. If you build a house, build a tower. If you build a tower, Tower Hamlet, but if you build a tower that is weak, do you blame the wind or do you blame the architect? If you build a bridge from balsa wood, do you blame the seagull that lands on it and takes it down, or do you blame the engineer who built it? I do not blame the migrants. I do not blame the people who come for 10 times better income without even having to work. Who wouldn't make that decision? I don't blame the people who step on the poorly made bridge in the full confidence it will stand. For breaking it, I blame those who designed the bridge before me, and those who support the bridge in the process. Europe cannot stand because Europe stands for unreality. Europe supports unreality. Europe supports and viciously defends immorality. The welfare state, the socialized healthcare, the endless national debts, the indoctrination of the young. These things are foreign and alien to the essential principles that have driven the West, which is, for the last few hundred years, free markets, separation of church and state, personal responsibility in Christianity, free will, individual conscience, and scientific knowledge, the acceptance of reality. Human biodiversity is a fundamental reality. Groups differ in IQ. Groups differ in ethics. Groups differ in beliefs. And some of those beliefs are environmental and some of those beliefs are genetic. If you have a certain population instilled in a belief for many, many, many generations, the genetics then end up conforming to that belief. Because those whose genetics and personalities deviate from those beliefs end up not breeding, and those whose personalities and innate characteristics are more in alignment with those beliefs, they get to breed more. It happens that way. This is science. This is evolution. These are basic facts. And people who reject basic facts do not last. People who think that tigers are cuddly do not last. People who think that sharks are dolphins do not last. And people who think that poison is a spice do not last. And if they have been told repeatedly
That's also good. So
And they do not listen.
It's a good job
And they
from the foul
scornfully
line here.
sneer
They'll need to continue to convert
at anyone and
their chances in
everyone
order to get
who
back
tells
in.
them basic scientific facts they do not wish to hear.
Again, the Hawks score. When he gets it going like this, you've got
What
to
can be
double
done?
team him. That's your only hope.
Nothing can be done.
It's
And
Jordan
nothing
on the
needs
wing.
to be done.
He's guarded by Rivers. Pass to
Because
Pippen.
nature will do it anyway. Nature will do it anyway.
Defended by Wilkins.
And I cannot mourn the passage of
Pulls
people
up. High post. Kept alive. Now
who do it
here's
to
Pippen.
themselves. You deny reality. You attack the honorable. You slander the competent. You scorn the knowledgeable. You sneer at the experts.
Shot by Rivers. 11 points in the game. Nice job to advance the arm.
Vanity
Way to get it up court.
and viciousness have their consequences.
Here is Purdue.
It is not possible
Here's King. Trains the
to stand between a fool and his ending. Unless you're willing to join him, which of course is allowing the fool to rule your ending as well.
4.5 minutes left in the second.
And what you say may come to pass.
It's blocked.
The whites might lose Europe.
And here are the Bulls now.
They may flock to Eastern Europe. They may
Outside Pippen. And
become
look
like
at
the
what
Jews
they've
without a
done, or
homeland.
rather what they haven't done.
Well,
Let's hold on to the ball.
not having a homeland for the Jews has
And the first
helped
time
breed
out of
the
game
most
called for Chicago.
intelligent Ashkenazi Jews, the most intelligent population the world has ever seen. I hate to think that's what's necessary, but
And so here is
stop
Chicago.
caring about people more than they
8-point
care
game.
about themselves. Because you see, if you care about their outcomes, there's a funny kind of emotional alchemy that
Can't get it
occurs.
to go. So the Hawks will take it the other way.
If someone's self-destructive behavior drives you crazy,
And 2 free throws
then
coming up as he misses
they
that
gain
one.
power out of making you crazy. They gain power out of their pursuit of their own self-destruction. It's funny. It's a funny kind of thing that happens. Pounding back projections is the essence of transmitting self-knowledge. Don't allow people to project themselves into you. Don't feel anxious for people who are self-destructive, because in a weird way, and it really happens in my experience, if you become really anxious for people, you can't sleep, you're stressed, you're worried.
Grant with a screen on Webb. Just 3 to shoot.
The people who are genuinely in danger feel less anxious.
And again, Chicago.
It's like a load that they toss to you. Here, you carry this giant heavy stone that makes your knees bleed and buckle. You take the world that Atlas has to stand and buckle under.
Count that bucket right there. He
If you approach the self-destructive with bemused indifference, you know what happens? They start to feel anxious themselves.
12 points for him.
If someone around you is self-destructive and you stop worrying about them, they will start to freak out. Because they can't, what they're trying to do is they have this anxiety. Don't worry, people in Europe have this anxiety. Everyone in Europe has this anxiety. But what they hope to do is they hope to find what's called a poison container, or a vessel they can retch their anxiety into. See, what happens is they act in self-destructive manners, and then people around them get anxious. And then what they do is they scorn other people's anxiety, and that's how they keep their own anxiety at bay. You know, this is the whole idea of, the word scapegoat comes from, that all the sins of the tribe were thrown into a goat, and then the goat was taken out into the desert and killed. And that way all the sins were projected in the goat was killed, and the tribe is now sin-free. There are other sacrifices
10-point lead.
in religions as well.
Pass to Wilkins.
But don't do it.
Cuts off the pass.
Do not take other people's burdens. Do not carry
Trailing
other
by
people's
10.
burdens.
Gets the bucket. They cut the lead to 8.
There's an old song, Christa Berg, Brother, can you spare me food and give me a drink?
Atlanta calls time.
I've been traveling on this road for such a long
And
time.
the Bulls making a change here.
I have seen the wonders, but most amazing of them all. I believe I've felt the weight of the risen Lord. On a night like this there came a stranger on the road. Heard him stumble, heard him fall. I helped him raise his
The lob was a little misjudged.
further that we walked, well the heavier it became. And I believe I felt the weight of another world. The weight of another world, the weight of somebody else's anxiety. Do not carry it. Throw it back to them. Throw it back to them.
Coming up, he'll try to make it a 3-point play.
feel no anxiety for the self-destructive. It is their only chance. If you take on somebody else's toothache pain, they never go to the dentist. If you carry somebody else's load, they never question whether they should be holding it in the first place. Do not allow people to project into you. Listen, as a public figure, this happens all the time. People are always trying to project into me. I will not have it. I will not have it. I have 6 million different ninja moves to prevent people from projecting into me because I want them to own their own stuff. I want them to own their own feelings.
And here is Webb. He has 6.
So when stuff happens in Europe, it seems bad. Next year in Germany, the migrants get the right, I hear, to invite their family members in. It's just nature taking its course. You can't stop it. You certainly can't stop it by feeling anxious. That's the least likely time to stop it. Now, can it be stopped? Sure. Sure it can be stopped. People can wake up, people can change their minds, people can change their votes, people can go on legal strikes, people can gather, people can do anything they want. Remarkable things have happened in this world.
17 points in the game. And Willis gets it to go.
Astonishing things have happened in this world. Unforeseen acts of will, and revelation, and virtue. And look at what's going on in the entertainment industry, in the sports industry these days with these allegations of sexual harassment, sexual abuse, rape. This is a bottle that has been bubbling for centuries. It's out. True or false, it certainly is going to be discussed and things may change. Remarkable things will happen. How do we know? Who was expecting it? Sure, they can change. They can do whatever they want. They're sovereign individuals. But it will take a kind of courage that they may find in an extremity. But you feeling anxious for them is you denigrating their capacity to change themselves. If you feel all of the anxiety for them, what you're basically saying is, I have no faith that you will be able to fix anything. Okay, if you have no faith that they'll be able to fix anything, don't feel any anxiety. Because it's a bad thing that's going to happen, but is it really in the long run? If people reject and refuse reality, should they get a magic pass from nature to continue existing? It sure hasn't happened in the history of evolution, to my knowledge. You know, if a particular, when rabbits breed like crazy in the Australian outback, where there are no dingoes because they ate someone's baby, and the rabbits just reproduce like crazy in the middle of nowhere, God doesn't send down care packages of carrots. They outstrip their resources. They stop. It's sad. But that's the way nature and evolution work. Deny reality, and you are wiped off the blackboard. I wish it weren't so. It's not the universe I would have designed, but it's the universe we've got. And expecting some sort of miracle intervention is not reasonable. The only miracle intervention is courage. So, observe it as an object lesson. Sometimes humanity has to learn some extraordinarily bitter lessons. And sometimes the suffering is extraordinarily deep and extraordinarily wide, and can go on for a long time. And it's a shame. But that's what happens when people don't listen to reason. And you know what happens? After a certain period of suffering, after a certain period of agony, after a certain period of denigration and humiliation and loss, you know what people say?
We've got Kevin Willis, Webb out there with
fuck it.
Then there's
Next time,
Moses Malone and Wilkins.
We'll listen.
You gotta expect more out of him here.
Next
He's had
time.
a lot of difficulty this quarter, which in turn is making it difficult
Next
for them
time,
to cut into this deficit.
we won't have the arrogance to scream down the
That's his
experts.
job. That's what he does.
We'll shut up
Clamp down on the shooter
and listen.
One tough defense.
Next
No good
time.
from Jordan. The Hawks leading by
We'll
6.
learn.
Here's Rivers, and
You know
Dominique goes up.
Next time.
Michael Jordan grabs the miss. And here are the Bulls now.
So that's what I've had to think about it. I hope that gives you some help.
Well, can I respond to that?
Yeah, please.
That was quite a lot to take in, so if you forgive me, I need to narrow it down to some of the major points that I think really matter here. So, what one of the first points that you brought up, that I am not personally or individually responsible for the ignorance and the apathy that, that most people show towards all these issues that should affect basically, well, themselves in the first place.
I'm sorry, Sergey. I know I just gave a long speech, but if you could boil it down to a succinct pushback or question, I'd appreciate it.
Oh, well, it's a couple of points. Okay, one of the things that I gather from your advice is that I should not bother with people, let's say, who I cannot save and who I am not responsible for saving, if I get you right.
Yeah, you can't save people.
Yeah, to which I would respond whether that doesn't, well, limit the purpose of my life to the pursuit of my own, pleasures and happiness and stuff like that.
No, come on. Listen, hang on. Just because not everyone is going to take your medicine doesn't mean that you don't put your medicine out there. You can't save everyone and you can't save everyone. That doesn't mean your effects have no actions. Right, so it's not like the fantasy of omnipotence, that you can walk around the world and alter physics and change people's minds through some sort of dial pad, is not the opposite of that. Is not, well, I'm going to retreat from trying to change the world and pursue mere hedonism. It's recognizing that, sure, you can affect people, sure. I mean, why on earth would I be doing the show if I didn't think I could affect people? But I am not responsible for what people do with what I say.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I don't consider to stop, I don't know, dropping red pills around and stuff like that. I probably will still talk about all these issues as much as I can, because, well, some people are actually listening. A few, but it's worth it, I guess.
And sorry to interrupt, but there are a lot of people out there who will pick up your red pill, turn it over and throw it on the ground and grind it under their heel just because they like hurting you, just because they're sadists and nasty trolls and so on, and don't give them that pleasure. Hey, take the red pill, don't take the red pill. I'm fundamentally not invested either way. Give people that responsibility.
I'm used to this, and there's another fundamental question I would like to ask you about the response that you have given, which, again, I gather from your advice that you suggest that I tune out a little bit and don't get involved too much with things that I cannot directly influence, let's say. And my question is towards the foundation of morality, basically, because isn't it true that, at least that's what I believed for a very long time, that the only thing needed for evil to succeed is for good men to do nothing, right? That's what I've been taught. And, when I was in school, meanwhile, I don't believe many of the things that I was taught in school, but one of them was when we were going through the period of National Socialism or the communist terror or stuff like that, and I heard stories of, essentially the how people knew that others were sent to concentration camps, were sent to certain deaths, that all these horrible things were going on, but they just kept silent and did nothing. They tried to not get themselves involved in these issues. And yeah, maybe, if I was German back in the time of National Socialism and I was spoken up against, against the genocide that was happening to various people, maybe the only consequence of that would have been that I would have been put into prison and I would have achieved nothing, of course. So that's not a pragmatic thing to do, but I kind of feel that it's the right thing to do, and if I don't do it, then I feel bad anyway. Do you get what I'm hinting at?
Well, then, if you're not free, you're not free. Because listen, there's a marketing aspect involved to ideas as well that people don't like. A lot of people don't like. And it's shallow and it's surface, but it's very real. In order to sell ethics to an irrational world, you have to have something or be someone that people want. I mean, if you want to sell a diet pill, You show a fat person followed by a skinny person. Oh, I want to be that skinny person, so I'll buy the bill. I'll buy the pill. So, if you want to sell philosophy, if you want to sell reason and evidence, being like this tortured, nail-biting, nihilistic, the world's going to end kind of guy, sadly, you may be completely right, but sadly, you're just a fat person trying to sell a diet book. Maybe you have the best diet book in the world, but you're fat. And so, you have to have a certain amount of personal happiness in order to be able to sell philosophy, in order to be able to sell the world. Sure, I am full of enough knowledge to collapse the heart of a mortal. I am full of enough perspective, a lot of which I don't even share, but I'm full of enough perspective to crack the sound heart of a battalion of Roman optimists. And I'm responsible for that knowledge, I respect that knowledge. I'm not going to let immorality win. And by that I mean, I'm going to be responsible enough to virtue, to the future, to not let it break me. To hold forth something, a perspective, a happiness, a commitment, a passion that people can yearn for, that they can look up to, that they can respect, that they can seek to emulate, and that's how it spreads. Because the world is doomed, the end is nigh, it's all over. Sadly, we'll sell nothing. It will sell nothing. There's a reason why they don't put a woman with pimples on the face of a face cream ad. You have to have something that people want. You have to have an energy, a positivity, a perspective that people want. I could let the knowledge plow me under. I have conversations with people in my life regularly, like, if you could pull out that stupid module called I Know What's Going On, would you? Is ignorance bliss? Look at people downtown on a Saturday night. Like dinosaurs, dancing as the sky lights with the comet. If you can't change it, do you even want to know about it? If you can't change it, why not go dancing and enjoy your last hours? Because I think it can be changed. But if you let the knowledge plow you under, you won't do any good. Well, good men should do something. Yes, good men should do something. But there's a few things, as I say, they should not try and take ownership of that which they do not own. Because that leads you to a life of frustration. And the feeling of omnipotence, the feeling that somehow you should change things that you cannot change, is how evil takes you out of the social equation.
Well,
because it makes you unattractive and therefore nobody wants to listen to you. It makes you negative and therefore nobody wants to listen to you. It makes you morose. It makes you like Marvin the Paranoid Android from that old book by Doug Adams, right? I mean, it makes you unpleasant to be around, and that's how evil seals you off from social effects. It makes you miserable with facts and makes you repellent to those who might be able to change. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I get it. I get that you need to present yourself in a good way to get your point across, and obviously for that you need to be self-confident and positive and all the set of good skills that
if you have kids and they have hang on, if you have kids and they have to have an injection, and you have to have an injection, and you go first, then you don't scream. Like, let's say it really hurts. You don't say, "Oh my God, I just felt like a shark chewed my arm off. Oh man, oh my God, that's incredibly painful. Oh, your turn, honey." Right? What's gonna happen?
Yeah,
you say,
I get that.
"Yeah, it really wasn't that bad." Right?
I'm actually
kind of tickled.
Really, I'm actually not really a doomsayer in that regard. Maybe my question has given off a wrong impression. I'm actually, well, in the long term, I'm optimistic.
How do I prevent having a constant feeling of anxiety, which interferes with the pleasure of my day?
Yes,
you know, I do read these questions. You know that, right?
Yeah, I do know that. Okay. One more thing. You mentioned that we shouldn't take ownership of that situation, but of the situation in, let's say, Europe at large, the big picture. But aren't we, in a way, forced to? Because whether we want to or not, we have to live in this society. Our personal fates, our personal happiness is also intertwined with society at large, with the people we live with. I don't know which Greek philosopher.
But how do we even know what's happening in Europe is a bad thing? And I don't mean to be nihilistic or relativistic. It's a genuine question. No, seriously. Let's say, well, smoking does interfere with your ability to get an erection, right? So, let's say that smoking, which is very bad for you, let's say that smoking prevents you from having children, or significantly reduces your chances of having children because you can't get it out. And you can't pull out the man sauce with a turkey baster, so there you go, right? So, let's say that. And let's say there's a whole island full of smokers. And you go to them and you say, you know, you really shouldn't smoke, and here's why, and here's a picture of the lung, and blah, blah, here's the science, and this is blah, blah. And let's say that they just keep smoking. And let's say a lot of them die. What's happened? Genetically, what's happened is pig ignorance and stubbornness and stupidity has been taken out of the gene pool.
Well, I agree. From a Darwinian perspective, maybe most of Europe does actually deserve eradication.
Deserve is again one of these phrases that almost has a moralistic element. You know, it's not a question of deserve. It's have you earned the right to continue to exist in a Darwinian world?
I agree. According to the laws of nature, let's say that's what not only should be happening, that's what's going to happen. I actually agree that, but it all comes down to the same problem I was initially mentioning, is that we can't just be an individual atom floating around all the rest of society. We are actually on the Titanic, you know, where we know better than all the
right. So you know what you want to do? If you hang on. I understand you're on the Titanic, but you're not all the same distance from the lifeboats.
Well,
no, seriously. If you know the ship's going down, well, first of all, if you see it heading towards an iceberg, you say, ZOMG, we're heading to an iceberg. We should turn. You go to the captain, say we should turn. You go to the engineer. You go to the guy steering the ship. We should turn. There's a big iceberg. They're like, you're crazy. Well, you know what I do? I go to my cabin, I get my stuff, and I get to a lifeboat.
Well,
because I'm not going down with that ship.
Okay, but what if you regret the sinking of the ship you loved so much?
You don't have a choice. You go down with the ship, or you get on a lifeboat. Those are your choices. You can have time for regret later.
What should we live for if all the good things that are worth to be preserved, worth to be defended, worth to be fought for, are just going to be chipped away?
What is good about Europe that it needs to be saved right now?
Well, right now, literally nothing.
What is so great to save in its current form? Ignorant, ridiculous, aggressive, self-righteous, pompous, virtue-signaling fools!
I absolutely get it. What was great about the late Roman Empire? Absolutely nothing. That's why it was destroyed. But we still, after the destruction of the Roman Empire, had the ability to take inspiration from its glory and greatness and to start a renaissance. We still had the opportunity to restructure the broken pieces.
1,200 years later, sure.
Yeah, but if Europe is gone completely and is turned into just an extension.
Europe is a vampiric monster. Europe is a vampiric monster feeding on the imaginary children they refuse to have. If the pandas won't fuck to save their own species, fuck the pandas. Like, what is there to save in the great glory of Europe? Look at the last 100 years of Europe. 2 nightmarish world wars. The germination of fascism, socialism, national socialism, and communism, which spread out like a goddamn plague. I know, I said that communism wasn't specifically European, but it did originate in Europe.
I hate communism more
I understand that. But look at the last 100 years. You know, like that old Janis Jackson song, What Have You Done For Me Lately? Europe! What have you done for us lately? 2 giant world wars. Massive debt, fiat currency, imperialism, empire, invading and redrawing all the maps of the Middle East, the consequences of which we're still living with. today, selling off the unborn to foreign banksters for the sake of stuffing your fat gullet with fiat currency in the here and now. What is to be saved and what should be saved? There's some nice architecture from Europeans who lived a long time ago. And there are a few traditions from some good Europeans who lived a long time ago that the current Europeans can scarcely be lifted to lift a fat finger to save or protect.
Well,
what is there that is so great to be saved at the moment?
Well, you turned out to be more pessimistic than I would have expected. Actually, I thought I would
don't give me your emotional analysis.
No.
Tell me, hey, talk me out of what I think is of realism. Talk me out of it. Tell me what is so great about Europe. Increasing hate speech laws, massive debts, fighting, laziness, corruption all over the EU, the European Parliament, a hotbed of sexual aggression, assault and harassment. Tell me, what is so great? An apathetic population that scarcely lifts a finger to march against their oncoming disasters. What is so great?
Just one question I'm curious about. Have you been to Europe?
Have I been to Europe? Of course I've been to Europe.
Okay. I was just curious. I actually think that there is a lot of European things that are worth to be loved. It's more of the Europe, not the Europe of the big banks or the big politicians of the European Union. It's more the culture of our ancestors that we are
ancestors
from birth. Yes,
ancestors. See, that's the point. That's the point. If you have to go back 150 years, that's kind of a stretch.
No, I don't. I was given all these things by my own parents, and I intend to raise my own children in the very same spirit. Of all the things that make Europe great, that make Europe beautiful, that have created the strongest, fiercest, most developed civilization that the world has ever seen. Europe is the jewel of the crown of humanity, and I am not willing
to
succumb
to
pessimism.
No, Europe was the jewel of the crown of humanity. What is it now?
It is in a desperate state, but we cannot forsake.
No, it's not a desperate state. Because the Europeans aren't desperate. The Europeans are very confidently voting for Emmanuel Macron. They're very confidently voting for Angela Merkel. And they're very confidently not demanding Brexit as a people. So, they're not desperate. If they were desperate, I would respect the living hell out of Europeans.
I agree. I think essentially, what I believe in, why I don't consider myself a conservative, for example, is because I don't think there's anything worth conserving. I would support hasting the decline of the Europe we have now, but I fundamentally believe that as long as we do not destroy our most basic ethno-cultural continuity, and that is only possible if we are swamped by foreigners.
Wait, but what cultural continuity? You mean the culture of entitlement and massive welfare spending and avoidance of military responsibilities and self-hating cuckery as the result of the Second World War, very few of whom anyone is alive is responsible for. The massive welfare state, is it? I mean, is it the lack of cultural pride? Is it the rejection of basic biological sciences about the differences between the races? What exactly in this asylum called Europe do you think is worth saving?
Yes, you're talking, I think, like we never had bad times before. Like we never had the late Roman Empire, like we never had the Weimar Republic.
Dude, if you've got to go back 1700 years, that's not Europe.
History repeats itself. It is going to repeat again.
Right, and Europe has had 2,500 years to figure this shit out. And it's not like you've got to get. You don't have to go to Alexander Solzhenitsyn's backyard and dig up the Gulag archipelago from his backyard. It's right there on the internet. Available in a moment. And if Europe has had 2,500 goddamn years to figure this shit out. Stop violating property rights. Have a small or no government. Stop having taxes. Stop having fiat currency. Stop having a central bank. Stop having endless stupid wars. Get yourself a gold back or basket of commodities-backed currency. Stop having endless national debt. Stop selling off the future for the sake of the present. Europe is a colony of aging vampires, and you're like, but we gotta save them. No, the European children will be saved by the demise of the mindset of Europe right now, which is currently preying on them forever.
I totally agree with what you just said. Do you know this meme picture of, weak man create bad times create strong man create good times and stuff like that?
Yeah.
I truly hope that we will just be able to go on this circle, that we will be able to pass the bad times right now.
Europe, the late Roman Empire survived on slavery and bribery. The average young man in the late Roman Empire was impressed into being a godforsaken, minority-slashing Roman soldier slave for about 20 years. And if he survived that, he was given an acre and a half of land. When the Roman Empire fell, freedom came once more to you. When the EU falls, there will be unpleasantness. And that's why, hopefully, with social media, with the internet, with these great conversations, Sergey, hopefully, after 2,500 years, Europe will finally get it through its own thick Teutonic skull to not do this shit over and over and over again. Oh, we're doing well. Let's have a big government. Oh, we're doing well. Let's raise taxes. Oh, we're doing well. Let's indoctrinate the children with government schools. Oh, we're doing well. Let's have a central bank and borrow ourselves into oblivion. It's the Roman Empire all over again. Oh, we're doing really well. Let's shovel as much hand as possible into the hands of women through alimony, child support, and divorce laws so that they spend like crazy and buoy up this stupid artificial environmental destroying consumerist economy. Maybe at some point they'll suffer so much that they'll put down the crack of fiat currency, never to touch it again. We're down to one tooth, but we're smiling.
That's what I said, just with less detail. The only thing, the absolutely only thing, like the baseline, I would like to add, I totally agree, but I would stress that we cannot give up on the ethnocultural continuity thing that I mentioned, because yes, we are in decline, things are going to get worse before they get better, but the only way we can carry on after that is if we preserve our genetics, our blood, because if our population is replaced and our history ends, after the bad times there will be no times at all for us. That's the only thing that really matters. I'm willing to accept bad times. I'm willing to. I prepare actually for blood in the streets, to be honest. So I have no delusions about that. I don't want to conserve Europe in the present state, but I want to be able to continue after the current disastrous anti-human experiment of the last decade failed entirely and is hopefully destroyed in its fundamentals. That's the only thing I have to add.
Okay, well, I certainly wish you the best with that plan and project. The Jews have been without a country for thousands of years, at least they were until 1948, and it made them a very smart and very in-group preference kind of group. People get mad at the Jews. It's like, well, they're very, very smart and they have a very strong in-group preference. Maybe instead of getting mad at them, you should just emulate them and have an in-group preference yourself. So I appreciate that, and it's certainly been a good, rousing discussion. Thank you very much for your time. Let's move on to the next one.
Thank you for the conversation.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Two free throws coming up. Contact certainly altered that shot. The official was right on top of it. No good on the free throw. Good on the second free throw.
Hi everybody, this is Stefan Molyneux from Freedomain Radio. In our continued quest for the truth, about genetics, intelligence, and ethnicity. We bring the latest in a long round of experts who've come to talk about this. This is Dr. Helmut Newberg. He is Professor Emeritus of Developmental Psychology at Aarhus University, Denmark, and is a distinguished and well-published researcher in the field of intelligence and individual differences. Now, just for those of you who aren't Danish, the website doesn't sound exactly like the name. It is Helmut, Helmuth, Nyborg, NYBORG.dk for getting more information about Professor Newberg's work. As always, thank you so much for taking the time today.
You're welcome.
Now, let's start with a little bit of background, because, of course, most of the listeners or the people who are going to watch this video are probably dipping into this area for the first time and may not be aware of, I guess you could say, the rather extensive lull in genetics and IQ research that occurred in sort of the mid-20th century, and they're probably coming into this somewhat raw. I wonder if you could give people just a little bit of a background as to the history of IQ, ethnic differences, and gender differences to some degree as well.
Well, you see, before 1930, everybody could talk about intelligence. They could talk about individual differences, race differences, sex differences. They could even talk about eugenic aspects of intelligence. But then came the Second World War, and with it the Nazi atrocities. And now in 1948, the United Nations issued a statement that actually put a ban on the biological study of intelligence and IQ differences. And then came the Soviet idea that man is created by society, and if you work hard enough, you can shape anybody in the picture of the ideal Soviet citizen. Then came the Frankfurter School, and then came the whole left movement, who also believed that man is created by circumstances. Capitalism is rude, and you should be able to repair any individual differences into the norm of an average human being, which of course is impossible.
Right, and of course this radical environmental determinism, you're right, the economic model that your class relationships form your personality, and that human beings are kind of liquid that can be poured into any fashionable ideological container, seems to have gripped the world so much that it's rather an extreme position now. Of course, the earlier position was that both genetics and environment play a role in the development of intelligence, and now it seems heretical almost to talk about any role of genetics or any degree to which genes influence intelligence.
That's right, and it even so bad that at modern political correct universities, you can easily get banned, you can get ousted from the good company. I had a very bright PhD student recently, and after the ceremony where he finalized his PhD, I congratulated him and said, I hope that he will be a nice person for the university here. And he said, no, this is a goodbye. I have seen how they have treated you, and I don't like to be subjected to this. I have a very fat, very well salaried job in the private sector, and I'm leaving now. And I think that is a tragedy of modern universities. They have become so politically correct that certain areas of science is banned.
Well, actually, and funnily enough, that was sort of my experience as well. I got to the master's level in Canada at a pretty good Ivy League school, and what happened was I began to be somewhat suspicious of the claim that diversity was always a value, because as a sort of free market capitalist who was very interested in, classical Greek philosophy and so on, I found that this was rather unwelcome, and it did not seem that that particular contribution was valued. In other words, if you're on the left, the diversity of the left is valued, but no diversity from any other political perspectives. And I actually abandoned academia then and went into the business world and became an entrepreneur, which I found much more satisfying. And this dearth of diversity, I mean, in academia, I think is really stifling. And of course, I've really focused on Canada and America, which is where my primary audience is. But in researching your particular story, it seems that it is very common throughout Europe as well.
It is indeed, and it was so bad that when I, in 2012, published a study on such a thing as a sex difference in intelligence, then really the university ousted me. They threatened me with 2 civil cases. Then it appeared that I was too old for them to finish them because it takes several years. So they simply ordered me to clean my desk in the day, and that was that. And I became so angry that I sent this case to a governmental committee, and they came back with the message there was nothing dishonest in it, and then the university had to hire me again, but only for 6 months. Then I turned 70 and they could kick me out twice.
And I have generally gone with the argument that John Milton put forward centuries ago in Areopagitica, that if there are bad ideas, then we should put those bad ideas front and center. We should not try to exclude them. We should not try to minimize them, because the old statement that sunlight is the best disinfectant seems to have been so deeply rooted in Western history and Western culture that it seemed, at least until recent decades, almost impossible to uproot. But something seems to have changed with regards to looking at genetics, the genetics of personality, particularly as it applies to differences between ethnicities. I do know, of course, that the eugenics, of course, got a terrible name, but I've made the case for many years that the welfare state is just another kind of eugenics, in that it is the manipulation of breeding patterns by a central authority. And you've, of course, talked about this to some degree as well with regards to Denmark and Europe. I wonder if you could help people understand the influences that have occurred on, before we get to that, let's go to ethnicity and IQ and some of the more surprising studies over the last 100 years and what people could glean from them.
Yeah, I think you have 2 interesting things at the same time here. Why is it that the northern and western countries have developed democracy? Why is it that they seem to support an infrastructure that is based on altruism and on high intelligence? And I'm just writing a book about that, the suicide of the European people. And the basic idea in that book is that if you live in Africa in prehistoric times, you had to defend the territory. You had to be rather musculous, rather aggressive in order to do that. But it doesn't take too much energy and too much intellectual capacity to get some food, despite some periods of low food. But then as you work your way out of Africa and up in the cold areas, then you need a different kind of person. You need a person with a big brain and a high IQ in order to figure out where to shelter for the winter, how to get the scarce food, and how to share it. That's altruism. And funnily enough, if you look at these pyramids on a north-south gradient, you will see that the further north you come, the larger are the brains. The actual difference today is about 100 cubic centimeters from African brain size, on average of course, and North European or North Asian brain size. And also you see that people are able to pay their taxes and to share their wealth with others in order to, in return, have hospitals, free libraries, and so on. So my argument in that book is that you are selected for cold winters which require high intelligence and altruism, and that's the basic pillars of any civilization of some sophistication.
Well, I think that the argument could be made that civilization itself is founded on the deferral of gratification. And it would seem to me that when you are facing a cold winter climate, you need 2 things, of course. You need social cooperation, because you can't individually harvest enough food to survive for the winter. Everyone's got to help build each other's barn if they're going to be able to survive. And you need to defer gratification because so much of survival in a farming environment, in an agricultural environment, is about not eating your seed crop no matter how hungry you get in the winter, and patience and the deferral of gratification and extending empathy beyond one's immediate plan would seem to me to be positively selected by evolution in that kind of environment.
Yes, and that is something you cannot say today in a modern university. You can't say that because it involves the idea that evolution is still running. It involves the idea that IQ and altruism has a genetic background. And if you say that, then you are not conforming to the idea that man is created by society. And that really creates animosity that is creating a very hostile environment at modern universities, which I have written about in several chapters and papers. But it still works today.
And this is remarkable coming from the left in many ways, because the left, all the way back to Marxism, has prided itself on its devotion to reason and evidence and science, and regularly mocks the more religious conservative right, particularly in America, for its rejection of evolution and so on. But it seems to me that the rejection of evolution by Christians is far less egregious than the rejection of evolution by those on the left. Our brain, of course, is our most expensive organ. What is it? 3% of our body mass and 20% of our body's energy is consumed. And the idea that we would end up in wildly disparate environments for 75,000 or so years, and that there would be no evolutionarily selective pressure on our most expensive organ, defies all rational science, as far as I can see.
It also defies the data. But you see, perhaps you wouldn't believe it, but while I started reading psychology many years ago, it was in '66 at the Copenhagen University. And of course, as a previous sailor, I was interested in the poor people, the little man, and so on. So I was a socialist student activist, and I participated actively in occupying the University of Copenhagen and so on. But then something terrible happened to me a couple of years later. A professor said to me, "Helmut, you are going to write a thesis now in order to fulfill your requirements as a magister in psychology. I want you to describe the relationship between psychology and genetics." And I mean, I knew nothing about genetics. And of course this professor knew that, but he enjoyed statistically to put such a task to left-oriented student activist. But that actually changed my whole view. I learned that there's some aspects of human behavior and some aspects of human physiology that is under more or less genetic control. And for example, IQ is about 60 to 80% hereditary. So that means that you couldn't no longer hold up the view of the man created by society. And that, of course, had an effect also on my relationship to my comrades at the university. We didn't share too much sympathy after that.
There seems to be two fundamental concerns, I think, that come up when ethnicity and IQ disparities are discussed. I wonder if you could address them. Number one, the first one seems to be that you will then judge all groups of a particular ethnicity by the average of that ethnicity, which of course is incorrect logically. That's sort of the first issue that people have, and we'll get to the second one, but I wonder if you could address that one first, because it's a bit confusing to people.
In any behavioral, in any population we have studied here, all the traits we have looked upon are normally distributed, which means that in Africa you have an average IQ of about 70, somewhere between 68 and 72, depending on who's studying it. But then you have the distribution, which means that there's half the people are less intelligent and half the people are more intelligent than the average. Which means that the most intelligent person in the world might be a black, overweight, single mother. And the most stupid person in the world might be a North Asian person. So we should always be careful when we talk about populations or groups, they are normally distributed, and the distribution overlaps between races and between the sexes.
Right. And the second issue seems to be that when you talk about varied characteristics, the idea of general racial or ethnic superiority versus inferiority comes up. And I find that kind of incomprehensible. I mean, organisms that adapt to their local environment are better suited to that local environment, but they're not superior to organisms that have adapted to other environments. I mean, when Europeans first went to Africa, they had a life expectancy of 11 months because they were just decimated by disease. So to me, it doesn't have anything to do with superiority or inferiority, but rather adaptations to local environments. Is that a fair way of putting it, do you think?
I don't think so. And the reason is that if you look at people in Africa, then you see that the most intelligent of them are also those who do best in Africa. If you go to the Pygmy, you will see that the most brightest have the most cows and the most women. The same is the case in America, the same is the case in Denmark. In all the environments we have studied hitherto, it pays off to be smart. And that's probably one of the problems, because you don't do too much yourself to get gifted. You get it from your parents, and then it pays off, and then you are in a superior position relative to your group, irrespective of which group you belong to.
It's the second from the line.
Now, as you mentioned, 60 to 80%. I've heard some lower estimates, and I don't think any higher, but 60 to 80% of intelligence is genetic. And so a lot of people think, okay, well, we've got 20 to 40% that is now open to social malleability or some sort of central planning or Head Start programs or better education, better environment, more resources put in, foreign aid, whatever. However, as far as I understand it, that 20 to 40% is not something that people know how to change to fundamentally improve intelligence in any individual.
Actually, it's a little bit more complex than even that. Because if you look at the heredity in children about 5-6 years of age, it's down to 20%. If that same child is 8 to 10 years old, heredity has gone up to 40%. At age 18, it's up to 60%. And when you reach the age of 65, it has gone up to 80%. It has been hereditary all the way up through your life course, but the genes have not been expressed until you get to some age, and then you can show your full potential. So
it's sort of like how people start
off.
off.
It depends on your age, but it's still heredity all the way up. You just can't see it in a younger age. Number two is, if you look at adoption studies, and you know the IQ of the biological parents of the child, you study the child at age 5, 10, 15 and so forth, and then the foster parents. Then the similarity of the child's IQ to the foster parents remains close to zero all life through, which shows that it's not rearing or upbringing that's shaping IQ, but the similarity to the biological parents that the children has never met, at least not in an aware position, is increasing up to 60 to 80%. And of course, if you accept that it's mainly determined by genes and there's only 15-20% left for the environment, then there's 5% measurement error of these 20%, and of the remaining 15%, the impact of the environment is idiosyncratic. What might benefit you for the last 15% improvement or deterioration might not benefit me. So this is really an enigma that we have no known ways of changing IQ in an upward position. Downward is easily. A stone in the head will immediately reduce your IQ. So that is also the problem that really worries my old comrades on the left, that there's not very much we can do about general intelligence team. And then again, we have to be more detailed because the G-factor score, which is the measure most specialists today adhere to, is general intelligence. But if you look at training at the verbal ability area, of memory, of mathematics, visual spatial abilities and so on, they are trainable to some extent, even not too much, not as much as the school teacher would hope for.
Well, and certainly the amount of resources in the West that have been poured internally to countries and, of course, into the third world, trillions and trillions of dollars have been poured into the goal, the social engineering goal of attempting to bring people closer in terms of economic output and opportunities and education and so on. And certainly in America, I'm not sure where it is in Denmark, the income gap appears to be widening even after all of this, so I guess we can chalk that up to another failure of a government program. And my curiosity, you know, I think everybody wants to do good, every decent person wants to do good in the world, and the first thing we have to do when we want to do good is see the doing good that's not working. And that's what sort of led me to this area. Why, when you transfer trillions of dollars and untold amounts of person hours into attempting to solve a problem, and that problem is getting worse, it must be because something is fundamentally being missed at the very beginning of the conception.
Yes, and I think that's also the basic problem with the Soviet Union model. You have to establish a police state in order to force people into the wishes of the Central Committee. The same is the case in the school. You can, when you look at IQ differences, you can see children of IQ 70 having a very small bowel, and IQ 130 children has a very big bowel. And then if you pour knowledge and information into the 70 IQ bowel, you can fill it up to a certain point, but then it overflows. The very unsolidaric thing is that if you put information in an IQ 130 child, then you can not only learn that child's principles and abstractions, but that child can also begin to operate on them. So there's a double advantage of being gifted. And that looks to me like a very unfair thing, but nevertheless a thing that we have to live with.
And of course it is, I think, emotionally quite painful for people to accept that at least with everything that's available now, there is no magic wand that is available to change group or individual IQ. Certainly after birth, I guess you could choose to mate with somebody who's very smart if you're very smart, and that's going to give you your children an edge. But I think this idea that the egalitarian dream, which fueled so much of 20th century ideology, is beyond the reach of what is achievable, I think is very painful for people and would require a significant and, to many people, rather radical restructuring of how we even think about these kinds of issues.
I think it's one of the most unfair things in the world, but I also think it has some reality to it. So we have to take it from there. And I think this, you talked before about these huge energy put into improving IQ. The American Project Head Start is a multi-million-dollar enterprise running over decades, and the effect was washed away 5 years after the children has left the program. The Abecedarian program shows the same. In Denmark, we have for many years had an idea that everybody is free and everybody can be improved up to at least the average standard, but it has not succeeded. And now in recent times we have had a big inflow of low IQ people from southern countries, and I think it's shameful and hurtful to see that many of these children really have a hard time being put together in a class with fairly high IQ children. And I think that's something we have forgotten to look after, and those responsible are not even aware that there is a problem because they still believe in the malleability of the human nature. But it really hurts me to see this, and I think anybody with a heart would feel very very safe.
I certainly agree with that, and it is when I traveled through South Africa, I went to places like the Southwest Township and so on, and you see these, tin shacks and no running water and no flushing toilets and garbage everywhere, graffiti, and it's heartbreaking. And of course, the idea, then you look at the sort of skyline of Manhattan and you say, well, if we give people resources from Manhattan who live in the Southwest Township, then it will all equal out, that all they lack is resources. And then we may say, okay, well, we look at the test scores of people from sub-Saharan Africa, with IQ 70, and we say, okay, well, but because they live in these kinds of places, of course they're going to have lower test scores, there's understimulated environment and so on. The idea that their environment is a result of the IQ differences rather than the IQ differences being a result of the environment is it was like swallowing a cantaloupe or something for me to sort of get my mind around that, and I think that's the big challenge for people.
It's a big challenge, and if you reverse the situation and look at the programs the United States are going into Iraq or going into Afghanistan, going into some of the Arab countries, and then if we go there and put enough soldiers, enough guns and enough support, then we will introduce democracy there. But there's one thing that is missing in this understanding. You cannot introduce democracy into a country with an average IQ below 90. The Finnish scientist Tutu Vanhanen have shown that in several books. But this lesson is not communicable to those responsible. They still believe that if you go in and you build up a cement factory or anything else, and then leave it to the people, for example in Africa, then it will all work and they can begin to support themselves. But 5 years later, there are no spare parts, and the administration is missing in some parts, and everything goes to pieces again. We have seen it years and